guess we were looking at us for just a small amount there.
Just a second.
Just a little outside. How we doing, everyone? Here we are live with our Tuesday night 2-5 no limit game here at the Reserve, located at 5105 Glendale Avenue. We have a lot of our regulars here for our 2-5 game going on. There are three of them that you see right there, and Miles, Buddha, and K9. Guy in the white hat dealing, there's Eddie, one of our fabulous dealers we have here at the Reserve. There are a couple of players that I'm not too familiar with that we have. In seat one, I'm very familiar with that guy, Mr. Gary B. But I don't know much about Justin right there. We're going to learn some more going about him. And I don't know Scott very well. He's played here a few times, but I know that he's an action type of player. This is folding around over here to Buddha. But welcome. I'm Tim Yeager. I'm over here with
Maxwell Rossi.
All right, Max back in the booth with me for the first time in a while. There he is.
Absolutely.
Got the shine off the lighting. How we doing, buddy? Good to see you. Good to see you. We're live back here for the first time in a while.
Absolutely.
So I'm excited. It's been a good week on our streams here. We had our tournament over the weekend. Had a couple of technical difficulties, but we got that all figured out, and we are back live on air.
I've been hearing the streams are great over the past few weeks.
Yeah,
particularly
so
the PLO streams have been amazing.
Yeah, the PLO stream was fantastic over the weekend. Thursday was a PLO stream. Then over the weekend, obviously, it was New Year's, so Happy New Year. And then we had our $30K black or $300 $100 black chip bounty tournament over the weekend. 149 entries for that, so that was really good to see.
Awesome.
There's another one of our regulars there. We have Garrett, and then I don't know who the Yake show is, but I think that was the name I saw. K9 with aces, gonna make it 50 preflop and get 0 callers. So the noises that you're going to be hearing there in the background for just a little bit longer is going to be from our neighbor here in the strip mall that we are located in. It's a dance studio, so I was over there getting my Zumba on.
I know, I saw
before.
you there.
Yeah. Did you see me in the what's that guy's name? The guy with the curly hair and the spandex?
Tim Yeager.
No, I don't have curly hair. But oh god, now I'm going to draw a blank on that guy. The fitness guy from back in like the 80s.
Oh my god,
yeah.
I have no idea.
You would have no idea. That's what's great about
that's
it.
That's way before my time.
Way
man.
before you.
You're talking a full lifetime ahead of me.
So, but yeah, if you, for anybody that's out there that's watching on YouTube, thank you, and I hope you're hitting that like and subscribe button. And anybody that's watching over on Facebook, if you could, go over to our YouTube channel, check that out also, and go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. The more followers and subscribers we get, the more we're able to provide, and different things we're able to provide. So
yeah, it seems like the live stream is picking up a lot of really good traction on YouTube, which is a super easy stream to pull up. Makes commenting, makes it a little bit easier for us to see everything and interact with you guys. So if you ever want to put something in the chat for Tim and I to read or talk about with some of the other viewers, go ahead and do it on that YouTube live stream. Gary B here, the last person you would expect to have a good hand.
Right. Gary B's not allowed to wake up with good hands like that. That's just not fair. But with Miles, with the deuces here, calls the 70. Ooh, decent flop for Miles. I know he didn't flop a set, but he does have a gutter. The ace out there does scare Gary because who's in the hand.
For those of you that are new to the live stream, aren't familiar with the histories of these players, Gary B is easily the most action player here. Miles is representing the polar opposite end of that spectrum, being probably the tightest player here.
You know, Miles has actually in the past couple of weeks been loosening up a little bit, so give him props for that.
Really?
Yeah. He's been doing pretty well on the VPIP side of things.
Some chip counts for you guys as we start out here. Tonight's game, Tuesday night, 2-5, no limit hold'em. Anywhere from $500 to $1,500 to start, and then I think we have a 70 or 75% match the stack. Thursdays are the 5-5 pot limit Omaha game. Saturdays we run the 5-10 no limit hold'em. Many of the players that you're seeing right now on your screen, over on that left side, Gary B, K9, Buddha, Miles, they've all joined us on that 5-10 live stream, and some of them on the PLO one. A lot of regulars. There's been like a whole ecosystem created for the Reserve, basically. with a bunch of players. Everybody's starting to get to know each other from appearing on the stream so many times.
5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds, 9 folds. One bet's
Did you get all your DraftKings stuff set up?
No,
DraftKings and FanDuel and all this other
No, that's what I was
free
saying.
money that we got here.
I'm not a huge sports bettor. I tried to get into the Barstool one, and it wouldn't let me. It was
well.
saying I couldn't sign up for some reason. I've never had an account with any of them,
Okay.
but I would have liked to have bet on the Bengals last night.
75.
Well, I got a few free bets going today. Those are always the best.
Wow, look at this from Gary here. Check raising middle pair.
And look at Scott calling us down. Interesting.
3 bets 300.
Wow, Scott continuing to barrel here. I think the best word to describe this hand is unconventional,
Unconventional indeed.
but I like it.
A lot of feedback there in our
1 calls.
and Gary making the call. Yeah, I can.
1 checks.
And he's gonna take down this pot here. Oh yeah, that's the name. That's
my
the
God,
name
I
I was
know
looking
that
for.
name.
That's the name I was looking for.
Richard Simmons, we got confirmation, was
Yes.
who Tim was referencing
Yes.
earlier. I know Richard. I mean,
You know of him,
I know
right?
of him.
Yeah,
that was an interesting hand.
very much so.
Take note of the showdown there. Scott kind of checking it back and then just looking at Gary V as if he were making a bluff. I don't really know how to analyze that hand, to be honest with you, but I think it's interesting.
Oh, we can cash out profit.
The only thing for Gary B there is on 6-7 Jack deuce. The fact that he had 7-8. 8 blocks a lot of the 8-5, 8-9 type of hands that would be the bluffs.
Buddha with the ace-8 off makes it 30.
6 calls. 7 folds. 9 folds. 1 calls. 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds.
So K9 and Gary B. Gary B, of course, playing a hand. I love it when he's at the table.
Buddha opening the ace-8 offsuit under the gun.
K9 is going to flop open-ended here.
5 bets 100.
Buddha's going to bet 100 with his middle pair.
6 calls. 1 folds. 5 checks. 6 makes it 2 1/4.
This is a great card for Buddha to check call on. The fact that a 10 rolled off on the turn makes it less likely that K9 has a 10.
Zell, to answer your question, I
Alan
see you.
Buddha's going to fold.
Zell, to answer your question, I see you here on the YouTube side of things. Yes, we do have a 1-2 no limit game going out there. It looked like a pretty deep game also. So just hold 'em on that 1-2 no limit. Hold 'em. I know you were talking yesterday that you wanted to start playing more hold'em. So Jonathan Clark asked, "Where is Noah?" Yeah, John, I guess I got let out of this. He said he was going to be here 3 weeks in a row, and if he was here 3 weeks in a row, I had to play, and he's not. So I'm off the hook, baby. Let's go.
That means more DraftKings.
Yeah, that means more DraftKings money. And right now, the DraftKings money is looking good. I know Kevin Wall, if he's watching, isn't going to be happy when I say this, but I may or may not be against against Toledo today. And we're going to go with that's looking okay.
6 folds.
Garrett's in the lineup here. Garrett, for those of you that
9 makes it 30.
aren't too familiar with the Toledo poker scene, Garrett plays a lot.
1 calls.
The 1-2, 2-5 level.
3 folds.
He's got a job outside, though. Only enjoys it as a hobby. I haven't seen him in a while, actually.
Oh.
I'll be excited to see how he plays tonight. He's pretty aggressive, based on my experience with him.
Hey, Zell, to be honest with you, I think there is some seats open on that. The tournament did start. I'm almost certain there is. Plus, actually, I take that back. I know Brian one of our employees was playing in the game just a little bit ago, and he had to get up to go work. So yeah, we do have an open seat.
5 bets 100.
Jonathan said he had SGA in a parlay and it killed my odds. Well, yeah, that'll happen. I I
9 folds.
I'm starting to learn about all these in-game parlays and stuff. I knew about them obviously, but I knew how to bet them. I just there's so many of them, so many things on here.
Buddha smashes that turn, goes ahead and bets his jack and takes it down. While Eddie gets us ready to go, we're going to introduce our first sponsor of the night, Carpet Spectrum, located at 1855 South Reynolds Road, right here in Toledo. Owned by David Joseph. Helping him out is Anthony Lamb as the head of sales. Carpet Spectrum, home of all your flooring and floor care needs. Family owned for 18 years, supplying and installing floor covering ranging from carpet, luxury vinyl planking, hardwood, ceramic, and laminate. Carpet Spectrum's home of one of the largest remnant rooms in Toledo and the surrounding area. Come on in and mention you saw the ad on the Reserve Poker Club. Get 20% off your next order.
7 folds.
20% off your next order over
That's
at
a
Carpet
lot.
Spectrum.
That is a lot. 20%.
9 calls. 1 folds. 2 makes it 45. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. Or do we being up on my players?
K9
Makes it 120.
put in the 3-bet here.
9 folds.
Queens.
Once again, don't know much about Justin. He did just get 3-bet by K9. He has 4 deuce suited and is going to let that go. K9 now with kings, or excuse me, with aces and queens here so far. Jacks are better tonight, Buddha says. Yeah, maybe.
Ace 10, queens, kings, aces. Boy, this all playing right.
And once again, we are on a 15-minute delay, so the players have been playing now since about 7 o'clock. And, you know, we're watching them as they're just getting a feel for the players here at the table. Like I mentioned, there's a couple new players that people haven't played with before, so
1 makes it 30. 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 calls. 7 calls.
K9 opting just to call with King 10 suited. Out of the big blind, I think it's
6 checks.
perfectly reasonable. Gary B here. Smashing bottom 2.
yeah, K9 though with
One
the
bet
second
35.
heart draw, and Garrett with the gutter.
6 calls. 7 folds.
So Gary B bottom 2,
Checks.
deuce of spades on the turn.
In that range.
1 bet's 2 1/4.
Oh, look at this from Gary B. Overbetting the turn here. I like it. Gary B is an extremely action player. What he's targeting here is a jack, combo draws.
I don't want you to go. I need a queen jack. River's a queen.
And the reason why this size is so good for a player like Gary in particular is because Gary, as a extreme action player, can have basically anything.
Yeah, exactly.
And so if you're going to want to maximize the amount of the percentage of the time you get your opponent to fold when you have nothing, you also want to get value when you have really good hands like what Gary had. Gary B always has the one seat.
Yeah. Well,
I'm realizing.
yeah. It's
I like it.
luck of the draw. We're gonna go with that. Luck of the draw.
It's just normal to see. I've just become accustomed. I mean, that is Gary BC.
That is Gary B.
He has earned the right.
Yeah, for there's certain things you can do to maybe lock up a seat per se, and that would be, be Gary B. Be the way he is, just as a human in general.
Let's just put a nameplate on the back of
You
it.
know, he takes care of everybody here. He's very personable. It's very nice to have him here when he is here.
7 folds.
Shauna, you said the audio is skipping. I don't. Well, right now we do have. If you're hearing any feedback, there is a dance studio going on next door right now for about the next 20 minutes or so.
1 check.
So that may be what you're hearing also. And if the audio is skipping, I would just restart the stream. That may help. We do have sometimes where the visual, where the it'll be blurry and people need to restart it. So
1 folds. 2 folds.
the Yake Show. Don't know anything about the Yake Show.
3 folds.
Are you familiar with the Yake Show at all?
Only thing I know about him is that he just took down that pot.
Okay, well, that's helpful.
I'll be excited to watch him, though.
Yeah. Just checking out my money situations.
Ryan filling in here for Eddie Canine, asking the table if they're ready for the first bomb pot of the night. These bomb pots are double board PLO. We typically see them anywhere from $10 to $20 a person. They create a ton of action.
Brian, to answer your question, Brian Pitts, what happened to the bounty final table video? We did have some technical difficulties during that final table. We were able to broadcast just the very beginning of it. Unfortunately, after that, we had to basically completely reboot the entire system while running whatever system checks we had to. By the time all of that was completed, the tournament was over. And so Sky finished first. Sky took that down. And Matt Stammen in seat, I think he was in seat 8 for most of the night, directly to the left of Sky. Finished second. Yeah, Zell, I don't know if that seat is open for you yet. If I can get clarification from my producer if we're waiting on somebody, that would make it easier. And I will let everyone know if there's a seat open.
7 checks, 8 checks, 1 checks.
So I'm getting clarification that the Yake Show is not the big blind right now, by the way. So Yake Show, I believe, is in seat 2. Can someone clarify that for me off my YouTube chat? I think Ari Singer is telling me that Justin is not,
7 folds.
or Justin is the Yake Show, is what I'm being told. Yes, Yake Show is seat 2, so
1 call.
that is what I'm being told.
Just for clarification for everybody, this is pot limit Omaha, meaning the players have 4 cards each,
2 bets, 170.
not 2.
And Zell, to answer your question, you were wondering if yes, seat 9 is open right now. So, and Rob, you were asking who's in seat 9 on my Facebook chat. Seat 9 is... Oh, okay, so sorry, let me give you guys a little more clarification. We do have that seat locked up for a player at seat 9 there, and John W. He is on the list and is on his way. For Zell, that you were asking about a seat open in the main room, yes, there is a seat open out on the cash game out there. And Rob, that's who's in seat 9, is going to be John Weaver. So sorry about that. Just got clarification on that. And also in my chat right here, so it says Justin is the Yake Show. Yake Show is someone got the names wrong. So Yake Show is seat 2 for anybody at home that's watching.
1 checks.
Checks over to the Yake Show.
2 bets, 510.
Comes with pot.
Are we playing PLO?
This is PLO.
So
Double board PLO bomb pot here. Yake Show betting
very confused.
Fine.
We have Hold'em here.
510
We
on
have-
the river.
We have Hold'em cards. Yeah, Zach. I don't know what you mean by that. That's definitely a deep accusation for, especially for someone in our chat that we've never seen before.
That board came ace deuce 3 and you guys were in trouble.
Okay, well I was hoping so. I didn't know if you were being serious or not, Zach. In today's day and age with streams and the Robbie and all that, that's something we don't joke about.
Got under the gun.
But,
$10.
Here at the reserve, a 15-minute delay on the top of that. If you notice that all the players aren't allowed to have any type of smart watches or headphones on or anything like that, we have a ledge. We keep all electronics on for that particular reason too. Now, if we hear any vibrating coming from the seats, then we don't know exactly what you got hidden underneath your clothes. But yeah, we don't allow any of that.
There's one right there.
Speaking of which, I feel some vibrating coming from your seat. What's going on here?
If you feel some vibrating coming from my seat, that is from my dance studio next door. Okay, they're getting down over there. No. Zell, not that, Zach. Don't worry, buddy. Nope. We're good, buddy.
5 raises $50.
Here comes Buddha. The ace jack offsuit. Canine picking up another premium. The
6
man ate his
raises,
Wheaties
200.
this morning.
7 folds. 8 folds. Even 9. 1 folds. 4 folds.
Unfortunately for Canine, even though he's picking up premiums here in the beginning, he's just kind of running into everybody's bottom.
5 folds.
Bottom of everybody's range here.
Run this
He's
correct.
going to take another one down with some aggression.
Mr. Desano watching with us. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Smack both of us.
Squeeze that guy. Squeeze him out.
He's gonna smack us both in the face.
When's our next big tournament series, Tim?
You know what? That has been talked about, and we don't have a for sure date on the big series. However, if anybody saw our Facebook page today, we did put out that we are now going to have our Super Bowl tournament again. So that will be the February 12th. It is limited to 100 players. That $260 buy-in will get you food. It'll get you into a square.
Buddha and Canine here.
Jesus.
To 50.
And just on the heels of me making my comment
Oh,
about
he just calls.
Canine picking up
7 calls.
the top of his range and running into the bottom of everybody else's. He's going to elect just a smooth call this time. Let's see if anybody
9 folds.
puts the squeeze in for him.
1 calls. 2 folds.
Here we go to the flop. Gary spikes a piece, but Buddha and Canine both still with overpairs. And Buddha's going to feel awfully comfortable on this flop. Lots of draws that people can continue with, so...
Brian Pitts, to answer your question, yes, you can buy a seat in advance. So you can. I believe that not only can you do it in person, but you can also call in.
What does Gary B do here with just a 9? I think this is just too much action at this point.
Yeah, just a 9. But yeah, you can call in to verify when they're going to be here to be able to lock those seats up.
Checks in the dark.
Oh, and an 8 on the turn. Gary B would have spiked 2 pair.
And Josh, we're getting that name change for you. Don't worry. Everything else is running smooth today besides the Yake Show being in seat 2. So we'll get that switched around for you guys. No worries.
Same bet here from K9. A couple things working for Buddha that might allow him to get away as the King of Hearts, meaning he blocks stuff like King, Queen of Hearts, King, 10 of Hearts. Combo draws that K9 might be extra aggressive with on the flop, but I think a lot of times, even if he did have combo draws, he might start checking back this turn. There's obviously tons of aces is actually kind of the bottom for Chris here. Wow, what a fold from Buddha there.
Buddha folds kings.
Well done from Buddha. K9's going to be kicking himself. Feels like maybe he could have gotten it all there, but
Ace with the blocker too.
Give me $100 for that tee. Aces, smaller than aces automatic. That's what he said.
great fold from Buddha there, though.
He's using them all up for the year.
Yeah, pretty much. New year, boys. New year.
K9 on the New Year, New Me thing.
I did one. The deuce.
Looks like we are.
Big blank when he's.
Looks like the players are just going to keep this $10 straddle on here.
Yeah, I believe we're playing 2-5-10 now, so a little 5-10 no limit action going on here. Excuse me, apologize.
10 to call. Against K9. Spot 4 fold.
Dodging bullets, baby, that's right. Yeah, Brevin, he might have missed out on a little bit of equity there, a little bit of money, but overall, he still.
7 folds.
I don't know.
Folds.
I got lucky yesterday when I was playing. Thankfully, my good buddy Hunter, man. Whew. I don't normally tell bad beat stories, Max, but after this hand, I'm telling it.
I'm looking forward to hearing it. Here is a great example of what we were talking about earlier, Tim, with Gary B being so deserving of a nameplate there on the back of seat 1. The 9-3 suited. We're going to go ahead and shoot it up here.
5 calls. One checks.
A couple backdoor draws for Gary here. Nothing really for Buddha.
5 bets 200. One fold.
Buddha's going to take one down there.
So yesterday,
Oh, I forgot.
I have Jack, King 9 with the King 9 of spades.
Okay.
Flop is 3-5-7 or 3-5-6. Yeah, something like that. Either way, Hunter flops the nuts. There's one spade on the board. The turn comes the Jack of spades, giving me a set, the second nut spade draw. The river pairs the board, giving me Jack's full. Hunter checks. I bet like 175, and Hunter pots it. Now there was another player in the hand, but it came back around to me, and I look at him. I go, "Do you really have quads?" And he goes, "Yep, I do." And I believed him. So I laid down Jack's full on this board, and sure enough, he rolled over quads. He could have just been silent or min raised me, but he was also running. He was running like God yesterday.
Running pure.
Pure's an understatement. He got it in with Angelo and sucked out. But the fact of the matter is, he saved me $400. That was really nice of him.
John W.
Welcome, John.
It's so fitting that he's sitting next to Gary B.
25.
For those of you that haven't seen our stream before, whereas Gary B kind of represents the polar end of the aggression, John represents the polar end of just never wanting to fold,
4 calls.
which makes it a lot more fun to watch.
You really did. You really got away from that.
5 ways to the flop we go here.
The board healthy. Little smooth call pre-flop.
Yeah.
See, the thing
Oh,
is,
when Gary was there.
who he's playing against.
Scott S with a second nut diamond draw here.
3 checks.
Gary B with a 3, a gut shot, and backdoor diamonds.
10 bets 25.
John W. Flops bottom pair are gonna make it 25.
Come on, free flop.
1 calls.
I was hoping you would squeeze. Oh,
So you weren't in the hand, I was jamming on the flops.
I knew you hit it.
3 calls. 4 calls.
Garrett getting out of the hand here. Huge turn card here for Scott. Not only does it bring in his top pair, but he still has that diamond draw with it now.
$1,000 bomb.
3
Miles
checks.
overcalled with just a deuce.
4 checks.
Scott with the check.
Yeah, we're gonna play tonight.
10 checks.
But I flopped 2 pair, overbet the flop, overbet the turn.
You said 175. 1 bets 175.
Yeah, 'cause I showed 1 bluff.
And Scott acting pretty quickly here.
Hard for you to get paid with a bluff when you got it every time.
Call what he paired. It was ace, king, 10 on the bluff, at ace, 10, ace, king, queen.
3 calls.
Called all the way down with a pair of kings.
4 folds.
Didn't even think about it. Just that.
Oh, John W. See what I mean?
John
I
W.
love it. It makes it so fun to watch. 3 ways.
I was like, yes! And I get to sit up.
Queen of Hearts on the river. No help.
First hand of standard game, I popped the kings. Turn the nut flush. Like, I'm not
3 checks. 9 checks.
And Gary.
Gary B definitely has a candidate here
It's a check, right? 1 check.
to
One
go ahead and
checks.
try to bluff if he wanted to, but
Show me a winner. Set a pair of kings.
he's gonna have to check it back, and Scott
John, would
is gonna take it down here.
Yeah.
stand-up game who played it?
So I was. Oh, hey, Noah's watching. Noah, you let me off the hook. You said 3 weeks in a row you're gonna play. I had my buy-ins ready and everything.
Well, we won.
Now his buy-ins are on DraftKings.
Right now, my buy-ins on DraftKings.
Who the hell
and,
knows
like,
if he's gonna
man,
keep 'em.
Yeah. So last week, working with Dominic, he has now coined the stand-up game. By the way, he gave it a new name.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's called Toledo Tippy Toes.
Toledo.
Toledo Tippy Toes. That is the stand-up game here, and which is absolutely it's just absolutely terrible. But it's so bad it's good. Like that's what it really is. And they played the stand-up game last week, and it was interesting.
For Hold'em or for PLO?
Hearts is the
It was
first
for
card
Hold'em.
card.
So Noah says, "Sorry, buddy, don't lose all my gin money betting sports. Don't worry, don't worry. 2023 is my year, Noah. We're gonna be smart with money this year." But as I say that, go Ball State.
7 calls. 8 folds.
John W. gonna get in here at the suited ace.
1 call.
Thomas Curtis is wondering how we would have played that river in Scott's situation there.
3 calls.
I'd have been a little bit more aggressive than he was in that situation. Not only did he have the dime, not only did he have top pair, but if anybody else was on the diamond draw, he has the better diamond
5
draw.
raises to 75 total.
I think he's not. Maybe he doesn't bet because he doesn't think he's going to get called behind. But he does have showdown value. But I'm probably betting at least a couple hundred there, knowing that Gary and John, 2 guys that are more apt to call than raise. At least John is. You could play.
Yeah,
You could be a little scared of the fact that Gary could end up coming over the top, but at the same time, you'd still have top pair. That board didn't improve for anybody off the flop,
Got 5 players.
so it's an interesting spot. It's definitely something that I feel like you'd have to be. It would. Nut flush draw here for John W. When you're in
3
that
checks,
moment, I guess that
5
would be
checks,
a little easier to discuss.
7 checks.
Thomas, how would you have played it?
10 checks. 1 checks.
Looks like it's gonna check around here to the turn.
Jack 8 for Scott S.
3 checks. 100.
Big bet here by Buddha. Big bet here by Buddha with these nines. John W. is at minimum calling here with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, this doesn't make a lot of sense from Buddha. He's blocking all the drawing type hands that he would be targeting for value. Not all of them, but a lot of them, as John W. has one of those drawing hands, but at the same time, betting into 4, just a pair of 9s. You get called anywhere, you're not going to be comfortable.
9 calls. 1 folds.
What about 8?
Scott S. with the decision here.
Oh, oh. Not that he could hear me as I was saying, oh, oh. but I saw him going to put the burn out. Wow.
C3 is all in.
$2,500 all in here. Wow. Huge, huge bet. And you're only getting called by well, I mean, John doesn't have much back. He only has 900 back into it. I mean, it's not that he's not getting the is he getting the right price to call here? Probably not.
He's getting a little under 2.5 to 1, so he needs to be around 30%, 28%, something like that. I don't think he has it. The only way he might convince himself is if he thinks his ace is live. If it hits. The only way that that can be true is if Scott has a hand like King 10, King Queen. And
Yeah,
do we think that he's really going to rip it over the top? Probably not. So John W. can more comfortably, I think, make this fold.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned here for, like, in Scott's situation, you know, you shoving all this money in here, you're only getting called by a hand that's drawing to the nuts, as in, like, Queen 10, you know, 9, 10, hands like that. Or you have a hand like this with Ace 6. I think King Jack would have already snap called him. And a fold. Can we see the river? Can we see the river? Unfortunately, we can't.
I like the all-in from Scott there. He's oftentimes going to be very far ahead. It's possible that Buddha had a hand like King 10, King Queen, Ace King. He would have definitely wanted to look Scott up there, given the fact that Buddha only had about 650 behind. Maybe closer to 7 based on that stack size.
That's the right fold, but must be nicer when the hand and get the butt. I just like cherry on top.
Mine paying 300 for it, but 1,200.
Scott's bobbing and weaving in these early goings,
Yeah,
right at the
he
right
is.
time.
Gives you what I'm looking where I am.
Was played a very unorthodox hand earlier against Gary B with middle pair.
I love hearing that when players say that. I don't give a shit what you had. I was only playing my cards. Well, that's not always a good thing. You kind of want to play. You kind of want to try to put your opponent on a range.
The ace isn't any good if I get it.
Flush draw, straight draw.
He might have flush draw three because I had queen 10 or something like that.
8 calls. Why are you raising jacks already? I mean, why do you wait so long?
John W.
Knows I can misplay all kinds.
King Queen offsuit.
9 raises to 25.
Little baby raise here.
We'll find out.
I guess we
soon
could just
enough.
wait 15 minutes.
Wait 15 minutes.
Gary B not fooling.
Hey, you might as well tell us
1
what it
call.
was, 'cause we're gonna know anyway. 2 folds. I'm gonna let this confirm too.
There was 3-6.
Scott with 5-4. Gonna lay that down.
And it cost me 9.
Miles with the Woodhaven nuts.
4 folds. Probably wasn't bluffing. calls.
calls. Either me or you are calling it.
7 calls.
Yeah.
8 calls.
10, 5 times 5. About 12, 1300 to pay already.
Garrett flops gut shot with
6
the
checks.
backdoor heart draw.
7 checks.
Zach flopping top pair. John with
That's
some
35.
overcards.
You gotta actually be hanging here. 9 calls. 1 calls.
And Gary B gonna float here
6
with
folds.
10-9.
7 folds.
8 of hearts for the fun time. Okay, now it's gotten interesting
Probably
here.
just about the only card that was better.
Right.
Zach here turning top 2. John W turning top pair. Gary B open-ended now.
Thomas has an interesting statement over here. Or interesting question. Do you think
calls.
these guys get pretty familiar with each other's playing styles, and how much do you think that affects things?
Absolutely, it affects a
Yeah,
lot.
it definitely affects the way that people play. Especially if if you're playing against somebody like Gary B, who
1 call.
can be a little bit of a loose cannon, but also when he does play well for his style. So you're kind of in a 6 of hearts on the river. So Zach is going to take this one down. But for somebody like John W, who has a tendency to call more often, you can play an aggressive style into him if you have it. Say for instance you have flopped a set and he flops top pair. You can almost be certain that if he has top pair, he's calling you down. Here's a bet of $255 from Zach, who has top 2, and he's most likely going to be getting called here by John W. And there's John making the
9
call.
calls. 1 fold.
But yeah, Thomas, to touch on your point, the guy who just commented underneath you there, Caleb, it's almost impossible to play against a guy like Caleb because if he has aces, that's bad luck for you. But sometimes he could have deuce 3 offsuit and he's going to bet it the same. So to put any particular player on a style, they really have to stick to that. And somebody like Caleb doesn't really always stick to
Can I
the same
get,
style.
10 blue. 20 blue to seat 8, please.
But yeah, as I was saying, Thomas, right on cue there, John W does have a tendency to call more often than not, especially if he has top pair, and there was a prime example of that.
Can't blame John W there for getting a little curious.
Oh, I have some.
And Kevin Wall's watching with us. Kevin, I hate to do this to you, buddy, but may have a couple of dollars over here on Ball State tonight.
3 of hearts is the first.
But Caleb, yeah, you do. You play aces like the same way you would play if you had deuce 3. So it's hard to put you on a hand, and that is one of the strong points of your play is the fact that you're able to play so many different ways, and no one can put you on anything. So
Folds.
that's why it's hard to play against a player like you. And you're not afraid to put the money in either. So you're not scared about where your next buy-in is going to come from. If you're not scared to chase that flush draw, or that gut shot. Max and I over here are scraping together to get him in by.
Caleb's not that great.
Aces to 175.
I don't know if you know this, but I
But what?
whooped him in the heads-up tournament.
Oh,
I mean,
did
it
you?
was
Oh,
pure domination.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, I didn't say all that. I wasn't going to comment.
3 folds.
Yake Show putting in a 3-bet here.
5
Ace King
folds,
offsuit.
6 folds.
And I don't imagine Gary B, with as little as he has, relative to the rest of the players, is going to be folding. Probably just want to get it in here. Let's see 5.
In increments of 5. C1 is all in. Vic, are you able to sell blues, please?
Yeah, I thought there were some here in there, so I'm gonna go grab a couple racks. Here's 5 of these.
How many whites get behind?
And here we go. A flip. Ace King offsuit versus the pocket 4s.
Good old-fashioned race.
That's for you, sir.
Thank you.
Good old-fashioned.
Who you taking, Tim?
Oh, I am Gary B. I want to take Gary B here. No rebuys for him today. He's going to run this back up to the moon.
Okay. Safe so far. Egg Show needing a little bit of help here. That king is
It's all right.
certainly going to do
Four,
it. Gary
four
B
spades. 4 spades on the river.
looking for 2
Boom.
outs. Not going to get it done there. Luckily for Gary B, on that first buy, just got down a little short. Now he's going to be able to.
That's all right. He has to get short. He has to lose a couple first.
He's going to be eligible to put in that rebuy as we eclipse the first little bit of the stream here, about an hour in. Thank you guys for joining us across YouTube and Facebook. We'll be with you here until about midnight tonight. Here's that Super Bowl party
Yeah, there it is right
tournament that Tim was referencing earlier. Sunday, February 12th, $260 entry fee, limited to 100 players. 10K tournament, high hands, squares.
there. Yeah, so it'll be $1,500 per square for the winning square, and then $250 for the squares that are touching each side of it.
He wants the max.
Food and drinks are going to be provided here for that, and we're still working on what we're going to be getting menu-wise. The drinks, by the way, are non-alcoholic, making sure we make that a point. Yeah, $260 entry fee there. That gets you everything limited to 100 players.
He's picking it up.
Really excited for that. We had a great turnout. It was a lot of fun last year, and hopefully we have the same thing going this year. And hopefully,
We got 2,600 playing in C1. 500
okay.
back.
And got word that we've sold about. I think he said that we sold between 12 and 15 seats. So hurry up and get in here and get registered. We will not be doing anything over the phone on that. You can call to find out when the cage will be open and available. Come on in, get your seat, lock that up. You'll get your ticket. That way we can get you all registered early and don't have to worry about it day of. And then get here early the day of the tournament. That way so we can get everything set up and rolling at right on time is what I'm meaning.
He had 9 calls, 1 call.
And Isaac, yeah,
2, 3, 4 fold.
non-alcoholic, buddy. Unfortunately, that's how we run things here. We have to.
5 folds.
It works out for us, I promise. We don't have too many. We don't have
6
any issues really ever.
7
So
folds. 8 races to 40 total.
Zach putting in the raise here with ace 10
9
suited.
calls. 1 calls.
John W. and Gary B. have yet to fold a hand since John W. has sat down. Hands are running together.
Eight checks. 9 checks. 1 bet's 100. 8 folds. 9 calls. I didn't have enough change to give you for the 500. Heads up. 9 checks. 1 bet's 125.
For reference here, John W., we saw earlier, had 7-4 of hearts. Seven four of hearts for John W.
9
there.
checks.
Bricks out entirely on the river.
1 checks.
Gary B going to show down the 8 and win a big one. John W. breaking out the world there. Could have hit a 5 or any heart.
Button is correct.
Or what felt like the world on the flop and on the turn. Ryan's going to get us ready to go here. Gary B looks like added on for 2,500, matching the big stack.
You take the blacks, I'll take the purple.
2,500, just for everybody's reference. This is a this started as a 2-5 game. Now looks like we're playing 2-5-10 with a third blind. So for a 2-5 game, 2,500 is an extremely deep buy. For a 2-5-10 game, a little bit less so. That being said, Gary V,
One raises to 40. Two
plenty
folds.
deep and capable to make the moves that we've become accustomed to seeing out of him.
3 folds. 4 folds.
Caleb says he wants to play in this right now.
5
Yeah,
folds.
well, we don't have a seat open right now, but I'm sure there's a game going on in the main room.
There's one back here in the booth that we could...
Yeah, Max says he's
Keep
willing to play
open
a
for
heads
him.
up back here.
Oh, no, no, no.
6 calls.
25 cent, 50 cent maybe.
7 calls. 8 folds. 9 calls. 4 ways, guys.
So this Yake show's got a good following here on our YouTube.
9 checks.
It says that the punt is incoming. I didn't know that he was a Ray Guy Award winner finalist.
110.
Caleb, I think if you play in the 1-2 game here, that might be a little less money than you playing slots.
Folds.
But then again, I heard that I see the pictures of how much you can win in slots, and it's crazy to me.
So what are you doing? You taking Georgia with the point?
They're talking about the Yake shows looking fire in that beanie.
The line is just
I get 12. I get 12. 13 and a half now?
I don't know. It's open at 30. I
I
haven't
can't
seen
even remember the last time I wore a beanie.
12 and a half.
I remember I had one for my favorite soccer club back in high school, which wasn't too long ago. But I like the one that he's sporting there. What's that, Army? What does that say on it?
It does say Army, but I don't. It says Detroit Army. It looks like.
There we go.
Yeah, hood, fold into ace 10 for 20, ace 10 suited for 25, and now pocket fives for 35. Yeah, it's he does seem pretty
2
tight.
raises to 30.
But at the same time, I'm gonna try not to get on our
4
tight,
folds.
not trying to get on our tight players anymore. At least I'm I'm gonna really work on
5
that.
folds.
Sorry, Max.
Who was it?
7 folds.
There's a guy that was folding some pretty good hands. The ace 10 suited in the pocket fives. And then Jess Perkins is back in our chat with us. She's down there in Disney hanging out. She's probably by the pool drinking right now. But I sent her a picture earlier. I showed her of what my old Halloween costume when I went as Ursula from Little Mermaid.
150 total.
Last year?
No, like 4 or 5 years ago. I was trying to impress the girl I was dating at the time, and I went as Ursula while she went as Little Mermaid. It was a classic picture. It was hilarious. I go all out for Halloween.
Here's a classic picture for you. Gary V 3 betting with the 4 deuce suited.
5 folds. 9 folds.
No gamble, no future.
He's going to get it through here.
Can't have it for nuts.
Alright, good luck, everyone. You guys
We got Mumbles McGee stepping into the
Yeah.
box here.
Mumbles. I just want his shirt to say that.
That should be a promotion you dealers run here. You guys should all put your faces along with some sort of saying or caption on T-shirts. Let's see who sells out first.
Well, that won't be fair. I would easily win that.
What are you going to put on yours?
That's a good question. I haven't figured that out yet, but I have the biggest platform to be able to sell my shirts.
Yeah, you got the biggest platform, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll just be like a blank picture. It'll say I'll get a picture of Glenn, Big Glenn in that gold hat,
Oh, yeah?
and that'll be what I'll sell.
No, it's got to be your own picture with something you guys say or a name you're known by.
Oh.
Like Dan's, for example, is going to be Mumbles McGee
I don't have
with a
one.
photo of him.
I'm not that guy.
You've got the biggest platform of the dealers here. Let's create one for you.
1.
That's true. I need to figure out a way to monetize my platform here.
Raise is 125.
Tim Yeager merchandise.
Yeah, there we go.
2023.
I'm going into business with Angry Joe. That's a losing proposition.
How about the 6'9" offsuit here for Gary B?
I think Gary's realized that he's going to be the aggressor at this table more so than usual.
9 call, 125.
Yeah, John W. is definitely not the guy to be folding, and Gary B, I think,
Yeah.
knew that.
And Caleb, don't let this woman fool you. She's terrible at cards. She's sitting here saying that, no, she's just bad. All right.
That's 175. 9.
I'll let you know.
Fold.
Gary B, man, he's so fun to watch. You know, the tough part about playing against a player like Gary B, in my experience, is just the pure randomness. I mean, it's tough to even put an opponent like that on any 2 cards. Any 2 cards specifically, I should say. Because he could literally have any 2 cards.
Yep.
6-9 offsuit, deuce 4 suited.
Right.
It's a long time.
Yeah, he's not gonna be. He's not gonna be.
I remember one of the first times I saw Gary B on the stream, I think he played a 4K pot and he was all in with 9-3 offsuit.
Raises to 50. 6 folds. 8 folds.
Buddha didn't like his kings earlier against K9's aces. Let's try it again.
Jess Perkins saying that she's taking advantage of old women, or excuse me, old men who, when she rivers trips on them, just can't check it to them.
Mm-hmm.
Scott got to come along here. Gonna be 3-handed here to this flop. Interesting flop here. No one has a heart in their hand. Gary B with the gutter to the jack,
3, check.
and that's about it.
5, check. 1.
Buddha opening the door here for Gary B to.
Well, we'll say this, Max, for a couple of seconds there, we're over 100 viewers.
That's awesome.
That is very good.
Thank you guys for checking
Yeah, thank you.
checking in with us tonight on the 2510 live stream.
5 call, 75.
Buddha's going to make a call here, and I think if Gary B is going to.
Well, the king on the river is going to help him make any type of call here.
Yeah, I think if Gary B is going to continue in any capacity to try to bluff, he's going to have to do so for a lot 2x pot, maybe. Especially on a king here. This is going to pair up a lot of Buddha's ace-king, king-jack type hands. We see Gary B teasing out the fact that he's thinking about a bet of 300. Buddha's already got it. And he is not joking about wanting to go with it.
Check and let me value bet.
1 checks. 5 bets, 300. 1 fold.
I hit the river. He was ahead the whole way.
I was going to say he had it well before that, and I think Buddha knew that.
Our champion over the weekend is here watching with us. Sky's in the chat. Hey, what's up, Sky? How you doing?
Oh, Sky
Congrats.
took it down?
Sky took it down on.
Congrats to Sky, man.
Yeah,
That's
yep.
awesome.
Hashtag not my horse, but he still somehow took it down.
Guy's a beast, man. I feel like I see him all the time.
He is. It's
Final tables,
Yeah.
late in the feature table. He's one
Yeah.
of those crushers, along with Selby, Jack.
Selby who took down another one yesterday.
Yeah, a bunch of those guys, man. They're beasts.
Alright, so for real, what'd you have on that hand? King jack.
action on Buddha here.
Fold 6.
Hashtag not my horse forever. Yes, you were right. That's gonna be my there's my slogan right there. Hashtag not my horse.
For Sky specifically.
For Sky and JT, that's my go-to with
There
those
you
two.
go.
The one time I didn't choose them, now I have to choose them. I have to switch, Sky. I do. I have to switch. Trent hasn't won anything since like 2012.
The only thing sold is call it.
Well, that's an easy flop for Scott. Jesus.
2 checks. 3 and
Playing
4
good and
checks.
running good. Those two
7
things that are
checks. 8 checks.
pretty tough to beat when they're coming in tandem with each
Just in
other.
case, just in case he wanted to make sure he didn't he didn't have the nuts. Now he's got the nuts.
Check. 4. Check. 7. Check. 9 check. 3.
There is $42 in this pot, and you're holding all the diamonds. What do you do?
That's 30. 4 folds. 7 folds. 9 folds. Come on.
10 of diamonds on the river. 10
on.
of diamonds on the river.
This guy says, "Don't switch it up now, Tim," and he says, "I appreciate the kind words, Max," in all caps.
That's right.
He said, Saya says, "Hi guys, Sunday bounty tournament. How many tables? Usually I'm coming out from Detroit, so we normally have between 3 and 4 tables for that tournament. Especially with the weather getting colder, we've been getting more players for that. It's $125 buy-in, $25 bounties. I believe that's what that tournament is. I don't work on Sundays, but I do play in that tournament pretty frequently. So
So you know there's at least one fish in there.
yeah, so you know that there's at least one buy-in up for grabs. That one guy that's going to give away at least 2 buy-ins. But yeah, so we're normally between 3 and 4 tables. I'll get clarification for you here in a little bit on what the last time we ran that tournament and we had what the prize pool was for you. But I think yeah, so just got confirmation. So last time we ran that tournament, it was 46 entries for that. So that's a sizable amount. I think first place was close to 1,000 or just over 1,000. So, yep, no problem. Any other questions if anybody has, please feel free to type it in the chat. That's what we're here for. Along with watching Ball State beat UT.
Check. 5. Check. 9. That's 50. 1. Fold. 2.
The Yake Show here, flopping trips.
12 is 50. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
It'll work if they don't.
I think Yake Show could have opted to put a raise in there. There's a lot of draws on that board. I don't think John W. is going to be leading a lot of draws, so that kind of weights him to a lot of aces or threes.
Right, but here's another situation where John's going to check. Yake Show's going to bet 120, 100, 120, somewhere in there. And he's going to get a call. John's never folding an ace here. Wow. Did John just fold an ace? What?
That was some good commentary there.
Well, at least I got the bet right.
You did. Hey, 1 out of 2 ain't
Yeah,
bad.
yeah,
1 out of 2 ain't bad.
So Sarah, I'm glad that you, or Sarah, I'm terrible with names. I'm so bad. So I apologize if I say your name incorrectly for anybody on the stream whatsoever. I'm really bad at that. Reading wasn't my strong. I played football. I didn't have to read. You know. But yeah, I appreciate you helping me out there. Will Waldrop says, "Let's go, Zach." Yeah, if you could let Zach know that he's allowed to play a couple hands, it would be a lot easier. He's folded a couple of them so far. One in particular, he folded pocket fives to a $35 raise and would have flopped a set and won a decent sized pot.
4 folds. 5. Fold. Wins. Fold.
Gary B taking it down.
Gotta be at least suited.
I think that's the first
Anything, as long as it's suited.
raise and take it we've seen tonight. We've had a lot of action, a lot of good hands.
Yeah.
K9, Scott, they've been dealt.
Yeah, K9's just
Towards
playing
the
jacks.
top.
K9's just playing jacks are better tonight, apparently.
It's because that's all he's getting.
Yeah. The tough life he lives.
2023, the year of being dealt good hands. I could go for some of that.
8. Fold. 9. Raise to 35. 1. Raise to 125. 2 folds.
Is that a 3-bet by Gary B? Oh my lord, who who'da thunk it?
He's got the Woodhaven
Got the Woodhaven nuts.
nuts.
Does Miles make this call on the button with 6-7? Nope.
5.
Buddha with 8-4 is gonna fold.
Fold. 6 folds. 7. Folds.
We haven't seen much of Garrett. Garrett's just been kind of
9.
getting dealt the bottom. When I say that, I mean he's getting
Trying
terrible
to say the dealer's
cards.
bottom dealing?
He's getting terrible
No.
cards.
King 9-9 here on this flop. Scott with King Queen.
1.
Gary B double blocking the 9, and if there's somebody that could have a 9 in this pot, it's most likely to be Gary. So he'll bet.
3.
$230 to call here for John or for Scott.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't call 125 pre-flop to fold when we flop top pair, so
Right.
especially against a player as capable as Gary B.
3 solid. 230. 9. Fold.
An innocuous deuce on the turn here. Gary B making a decision about whether he wants to continue to represent or not.
That's 550.
I don't really like this bet from Scott. I think when Gary does this, he's going to have a lot of middling hands.
What?
1 raises.
Oh, wow.
1825.
Wow, a big raise here.
Look what he's induced here.
15-20, 15-25, or excuse me, what is that, 18-25?
1825. This is just a super
1300 to call.
uncomfortable spot for Scott. What I was alluding to there was the fact that Scott could just kind of check back and continue to play a way ahead, way behind type of strategy. And what I mean by that is he could either pot control if he's behind or potentially induce an aggressive action like this on the river. When Gary B makes this move on the turn, it's just a super uncomfortable spot. But if Gary B takes an aggressive action on the river after we check the turn, we can more comfortably call. Now as Scott, we don't know what the hell is going on. How about the gusto of Gary B here? I just love it. I mean, this is awesome. This is just something that nobody would ever think to do.
What? There we go.
And you guys are going to see
Don't
that
worry.
the screen blacks out
It
just
blacks
a
out
little
for a
bit,
second.
but it
Don't
does
worry.
come right back.
Comes right back.
thing going for Scott here is that we're getting a decent price against an absolute maniac in Gary V. The problem for Scott is that if anybody could have a 9 in his hand, it's Gary V. We've seen him shoot it up with 9-4, 9-3, suited and offsuit. The man could literally have any two.
And there's the head shake. The
This
hand
looks like this
movements.
is going to get through.
Oh, shows it.
Gary B. Gary V gets it done with some aggression, and I don't know
Yeah.
about you, Tim, but I'm grinning ear to ear. I mean, that is a baller bluff, to say the least.
Yeah, there it is. I hope Sky's still watching. Hashtag not my horse. There he is. There's my shirt logo. There it is right there. I don't even need my Sky. Can I get a little? Can I get that in the shop, man? I need that with some wavy apparel right there.
Come on, Jim. Let's get it. Let's get it going.
Oh, that's great.
He's giving him credit for his cancer.
Sarah says never show. I think Gary shows there so he knows later on if he ever has it, he's getting called no matter what.
When I had aces, the way I raised.
Joey Arslanian says, can this Zach guy play a hand? Well, as of now, I'm gonna go with no. I didn't think we'd ever find a Miles. That was no, just kidding.
No.
Miles wasn't even playing tight today.
7. Calls. 8 folds.
And 8 folds.
1. Call 60.
All right, couple of aces in here. Jack 9. King Queen. Jack 9 for Gary B. Gonna flop top pair.
1. That's 100. 3. Fold. 6. I get 2,000 for seat 9. 6 folds.
John W. wanting to top up.
Everybody gonna fold around there.
2,000.
Gary B feeling the rush.
2,000.
Thomas Curtis wants to know, do some guys just want to see how long they can stay at the table? That wouldn't be my motto. My motto would be of how many hands can I play? Joey, to answer your question, do seats fill far in advance for these games? Yes, kinda.
Depends on the game.
Yeah, it depends on the game, really. To be honest with you, if you want. Yeah, so Tuesdays are booked about the Tuesday game is booked about 3 weeks, but we do have some people that cancel. We have some people that can't make it. So if you're interested, we'll definitely put your name on the interest list, and hopefully we can get you in as soon as possible. And Sarah says that they like that likes Buddha's Buddha. Yeah, that's Buddha from Happy Buddha Deliveries. Go ahead and check out his website. We call him Buddha Claus around here. He'll come in passing out goodies to all the good adults. Not children. That sound bad. But, yeah. But, yeah, Buddha from Happy Buddha Deliveries based out of Ypsilanti up there in Michigan. So go check him out for all your adult dispensary needs. I don't know how to word that any more politically correct than that.
Good recovery.
Yeah, I tried.
Gary V's going to go ahead and flop middle pair here. Nothing for Yake, not even a diamond to hold on to.
That's the worst when you get like a suited hand, like ace, deuce of diamonds, and it comes out every suit but. Like not even a backdoor out, no nothing.
Yeah, and the thing about Gary B is Gary B is not the person you want to be betting post flop light, as he's neither the type to fold nor the type to give up on pots.
Yeah.
CX just going to play it pretty straightforward here. Gary B feeling the rush. Mumbles McGee is going to get us ready to go on this next hand. And we're going to introduce our second sponsor of the night, a personal favorite of mine, Danny's Cafe in Rossford. Danny's Cafe located at 600 Dixie Highway over there in Rossford, owned by Brian Morrison. Danny's Cafe is under new ownership and management, and now they're packed to the brims with NFL Sunday Ticket, Lotto, Keno, 10 TVs inside and 2 TVs outdoor at the Main Street patio, plus 4 more out back in the beer garden. The hours are 11 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. Saturday, Sunday, 5 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. Monday through Friday. New restrooms, pool tables, jukeboxes, golden teas, and yes, now some draft beers. Go check out Danny's Cafe at 600 Dixie Highway in Rossford.
Jess said she likes to stay as long and as strong as she can. If we're talking about poker play alone, we know that isn't very long. Jared V in the chat, man, what's going on? I haven't heard from you in a while. How you been, buddy? Out there doing big things in Vegas.
And here we'll have a fun one. Gary B open-ended. Buddha with top pair.
Russ Jennings says Brad Morrison. You said Brian, didn't you?
Oh, I might have. That D looks like an...
Yeah, it is not written correctly on our advertisement. I mean, it's written correctly, but it's just a little bit, a little sloppy.
Like,
but it's Brad, yes, Brad Morrison.
That's 250.
Thank you for that correction. All right.
I think it was a situation there, Russ, where he was just trying to get a couple free drinks from the owner. You know, if you say his name wrong, then you meet with the guy, get a couple free drinks.
No, I was going to say exactly the opposite. Now I'm not getting any free drinks. And I do like to go to Danny's Cafe in Rossford, particularly on Sundays. They always have the Cowboys game, which I appreciate.
Jessica, I completely agree with you. We do need more women on this stream. Maybe if you came down here and played once in a while, we could we can get you on the 2-5 stream here.
Buddha bets flop and turn, takes one down there, winning about $400 off Gary B.
Oh, there we go. Am I allowed to say that? So, just got word from my producer that Jess, you were talking about the ladies needing more ladies in on the stream. During our spring series coming up, we will have a women's tournament. So keep that in mind for any women that are watching. So we will do that. We'll have obviously we'll have a full table of being live streamed of for the final table of that tournament. That's pretty cool. I didn't know we were doing that. So pretty excited about that actually. Jess, I'll let you know what day that is for sure as soon as I find out. We won't have any confirmations on those dates. I'm assuming it'll be sometime in March or April that we'll run that tournament. So
8 folds, 9 folds, 1 fold, 2.
Yeah, Jess, I promise that as soon as I know, I'll send you a message, let you know what days it is, or what day it is, and
4 folds.
And the fact is, Jess, even if Jess says she played in a women's tournament, they said pass instead of check, like they were playing euchre. But for some reason, she still didn't win it.
3.
Not the cleanest flop for K9, but that being said, he'll feel pretty comfortable at this moment. This board is just really connected for Scott. Even though you've got middle pair and a gutter, that gutter is oftentimes not going to be clean. This K9 could very easily have a hand like ace queen, ace king, ace jack, or ace 10, which would give him a better straight. Not even a spade for Scott to hold on to here, looking for backdoor spades. So I would be pretty comfortable in Scott's position, just letting go of this. does so.
Good luck, guys. Brandon's coming in.
With that, dance time is up.
Time for Hold'em Bomb Pot.
Full hall.
Sarah, you said can you make S? I don't know what that.
The only way I can get money off of Gary.
Brian's going to go ahead and step into the box, and it sounds like the players are electing for a $10 bomb pot here. Double board pot limit Omaha.
Love it.
I hate holding bomb pots.
Anytime you want lessons, let me know.
It is
What, low stakes?
Yeah, we'll do a little 5-5. Omaha.
play Thursday.
Yeah, I'm right there. I broke even. Thanks, Gary. I said you're like 4 in the morning, playing heads up. Playing heads up Omaha.
What's that? You play Thursday too? $10, yep.
If we play round by round.
Here we go. $10.
me and Gary
Play
heads up
Omaha.
Omaha.
Double board pot limit Omaha. Bomb pot.
You playing Thursday? With who? Him. Ain't that?
You guys been playing 30 years, first time I ever played it.
Buddha sitting out the bomb pot here.
I was trying to help you out, though. I was thinking about that queen eight.
Very connected.
Yeah, I thought it was help. Then once I realized
First board in a similar neighborhood working.
Actually, I won it.
it's the right thing to
Being
do.
told right now,
That bottom board.
if Zach just reached for his chips, I would fold. Is Zach sitting out of this bomb pot?
Wow, how about this for Gary B? The nuts on both.
2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds.
Uh,
action to
Yes,
6.
sir. We
First 2 cards.
you said do the stand up game. Yeah, they did that last week.
Sounds like 6
But
folds.
they haven't done it today, obviously. And I'm not going to even make that comment about making sure that there's that stuff at the women's tournament because I don't want my boss, a.k.a. Marissa, to whoop me. Because, yeah.
Wow, it's going to fold around here. Gary B flopping the nuts on both. Going to get no action in that bomb pot. Hurts. Especially when you consider the fact that it's Gary B.
I probably just limped in with, or called smooth calling lasers, and he was acting after me. He was always repot, and I pulled the top aces. And he got all in like 3 times. He lost all 3.
Not looking good.
One time he called a king, jack. Yeah, so
Man, you shouldn't do that sports betting stuff.
This looks good.
he still voted up.
Man, you really should do that sports
Yeah,
betting
yeah,
stuff.
really should. This doesn't look good. I got LSU plus 10.5.
Oh. Shadow 10.
It's a 3 blind game.
Got it. 4 folds, 5.
K9 just confirming.
6.
The third blind is always on. That $10, what started as a straddle is now
Hold
just
on now. What do we have here? What do we have here? We have a raise. We have a raise by Zach in the cutoff to $35. Hold on now.
Folds. 2 folds.
Hold the presses. And folds around very quickly. And Zach going to scoop up that $17. To answer your question on how long they play, so the stream will go till about 10:15, or excuse me, 10, 12, yeah, 12:15. At that point, they're able to continue to play as long as they'd like. At that point, it becomes a timed seat fee, and we've had games run till 8 o'clock in the morning. And we've also have games that'll break at 2 a.m. So it really all depends on who's here, who's stuck, and who's willing to play, really. So good times, though. Good, fun times for everybody involved. Yeah, that's right. I apologize. So a couple of Saturdays ago, the 5-10 game went till 10:30 in the morning the following morning. So they play as late as they'd like.
Fold 7. Calls 10. Seat 8. Folds 9. Calls T1. Raises. 55's the bet.
You get a
T2.
full wrap, you can have damn near have 3/4 of the deck where you put it.
2 calls. 3
79 board, you got like
folds. 4 folds.
Yake's kind of in the uncomfortable position of having to play from the small blind in this hand. But that being said, he has a hand that's pretty good multi-way. Gary B with another premium.
Big flop here for Garrett. Open-ended with the 10 of hearts in his hand.
9 checks.
Always interesting watching that.
1 check.
You go from like $80 pot to
2 checks. 7.
No help to anybody here. Garrett still with the best equity.
1.
Ace high, technically the best hand right now, isn't it? Yep.
Gary B gonna
That's 150.
bet, having picked up a gutter.
2 folds. 7. Calls. 9.
Learn the hard way. You don't want to have a small pair in your hand.
9 folds.
Trouble. Where you flop quads.
Heads up. 17 first.
Jack on the river still doesn't change anything. That is a very bluffable card here for Gary B.
Never one to give up on a pot here.
Oh yeah, it's all showdown.
1 bet's
They're not
275.
even when it's folded or not, but like
I had to call it.
at least I know where I'm at, and then
And Gary, just such an instinctual player, knowing to pick his spots, and right there he picks another one to be able to take that pot down.
Yeah, extremely aggressive.
queen get jammed on by 9s,
And it works out for him that time as it has
Who was jamming?
many times tonight so far. Gary B right up around even now.
That guy, he plays every hand. Jam, jam, jam. You know, I've never seen him win.
10
Except
strap.
the last time I played with him. One time out of all the times I played with him.
Yeah, Gary out here just making purchases left and right.
plays a little better.
He's always understood the game.
He just doesn't care.
Yeah. He's not there to win. He's there to have fun.
Action on 5 for 10. Or 6 for 10.
V. Guy named V.
Folds. 7.
Oh, they're talking about Roundtree.
Folds. 8. Calls. 9. Calls. C1.
Roundtree's a room up in Yipsy.
1 raises to 50. 2. Folds.
Gary B gonna shoot it up here. 29 suited is a premium for Gary B.
Folds.
Well, something we haven't touched base on yet, Max, is what's your take on everything that happened last night in the game?
Oh man, it's terrible. I mean, the only take you can really have is
Well, unless you're Skip Bayless.
it's terrible. I don't even.
You didn't see that?
I think these.
Players 8 seats first. Checks.
To see the reaction of his teammates, and not even just his teammates, but even from the Bengals, like you knew it was a very serious situation. And something that got brought up with when I was reading a couple articles today about it
Bet 75.
is not only was it a tough situation for all the medical personnel to have to deal with, but also for the fact that all those players that stood around to create the human shield so no one could see what was going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, that's tough also on them.
Yeah,
But
it's a possible situation to navigate as somebody on the field.
mhm.
I think I honestly think it's a little bit of a shame that so many sports broadcasters feel the need to put takes out there about it.
Right. I almost think that it's better to just not have a take out there for it. You know, you don't always have to say something about it. But unfortunately, a lot of them do.
Yeah, you know, their incentive is to get views, right? Their
Yeah.
incentive is to track eyeballs. You do that by
The shock and awe factor.
creating a shock and awe factor.
Folds.
But I mean, here we are talking about watching these people play poker, and when that person gets it in at 6%, I can tell you who I'm rooting for to try. You know, it makes good TV.
C3.
It gives us something to talk about. When Angry Joe gets it in way behind and sucks out,
Folds.
or Zell with that huge 12K pot or whatever, and he got those
Oh.
6 outs. Remember?
Man, that was crazy.
1 call.
One of the craziest pots
Mm-hmm.
I've ever seen.
Heads up.
Gary
1
B
seat
gonna
first.
call here. The raise of Yay show.
Checks. 2.
Neither player flopping anything. Gary V gonna go ahead and lay it down. Small little pocket shifted over Yake's way. Brian's gonna get us ready to go.
76, 600 more? 6 more. Same play, same
Gonna quick add on here.
Brian, slide them both under there without knocking it over.
Alright.
That's easy. Oh, yeah, right. I just thought about it. The bigger, fatter one is easier.
600. Yep.
Garrett adds on 600.
Just need a shadow Garrett.
On me?
10, yep. 8 folds, 9. Folds, 1.
Our game can go
Folds, 2.
really good or really bad. Depending on how you run it and how you play.
Raises, 30. 3. 3 calls, 4 folds, 5. Folds, 6. Calls, 7 folds.
So it folded around over here. For the raise of 30, it's going to get called by K9 and Scott. 4, 5, 7. Gut shot here for K9.
Checks, 3.
It's better to send it back.
Limit, you don't want to be card hit. Cash game, you're actually better off being card hit.
That's 60.
$60 here by Scott. And a couple of folds. So quickly, Scott's going to pick that pot up. There's the V-pips. K9 Miles and Zach holding on the bottom there. 14% for Zach. Seems a little high for me, but Gary at 80, John W. at 62. And then your middle of the road there from Buddha all the way down to the Yake show. Aggression frequency, Gary, Buddha, and John, fairly aggressive. Zach, Miles, and Garrett down there at the bottom.
9 first to add.
That was the minimum. I should be happy to only lose 600.
9 folds, 1.
Gary B,
That's the way it goes.
raise it up.
Raise, 35. C2.
Al, to answer your question, it was Sky who won it. Sky won our tournament on Sunday. Obviously, as I pointed out earlier, we did have some technical difficulties with the final table. But we got it all worked out. Obviously, we're here live on the air right now. Thank you to Jim for handling all that. But Sky beat Matt Stammen heads up.
8.
And then we had some other the other players that finished. I believe I forget who finished third. But either way, it was Sky.
1 seats first.
Yake show flopping trips. Buddha flopping top pair.
Yeah, I think we'll play it right after our break.
1
Maybe
checks.
take a break around 9:15.
2 checks.
I'd still be
5.
standing.
No,
I'd still be standing. Not when you're playing the game now. Not when you're playing.
Yeah, that's about right.
I pre-tipped Eddie before we started.
There's a folder repair on the board.
1 bet, 75.
Just go all in for a second. I'm embarrassed. When I was here an hour earlier.
You're right there?
I'm good, buddy.
There you
I'm
go.
good.
5.
Game over here.
5 calls.
Gary tries to take a stab. So both of the other players.
Heads up.
Yeah, right. So whatever time you're on the heads up. It's like,
My best hand has been pocket sevens.
Add 2s.
1 checks. 2.
And then I had to open it against him. I missed.
I haven't had 2 paying cards.
That's 225. C5.
Called most of my money away with ace rag and suited.
Buddha has shown some discipline with his laydowns tonight. Made some pretty good decisions when faced with aggression, but it looks like this time he might be
Calls.
contemplating a call, and he does indeed proceed that way. He's going to get shown the bad news.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pluto only drawing to an ace and an ace only there for the win. And with that, the Yake Show is going to pick up a much needed pot.
Chip counts for you guys on the left there.
Yeah, Zach at 1,500 there. I think that's exactly what he started with.
Gary B up at the top, but he's just about even. He's in for 2 buys. John W in for about 3.
9,000 times as much as
Yake Show and Scott. Miller in the middle there. They started right around 1K, so they're tonight's winners so far. V-Pips on the left. Gary B, of course, leading the way, followed closely by John W. The aggression frequency. Aggression frequency is the percentage of the time that when you're putting money into the pot, you're doing so in the form of a raise
25 restraddle.
or a new bet, as opposed to just calling.
Action on 2 to
Gary's 55% means that over half the time when he's putting money in the pot, he's doing so with a raise or a unique bet.
Folds, 5. Five calls, 6 folds.
Sorry, fans.
7 folds. 8.
Well, hold on now. We got him grabbing chips. He just calls 25.
Calls.
The disappointment in your voice, you can hear it.
Checks.
Gary's going to check his option here.
I didn't mean to sound so disappointed, but he's got ace-9 suited, and it's...
8 checks. 9 checks. 1 checks. 5. 80. Bets 80.
Buddha gonna fire here, $80.
This is interesting from Buddha. I don't necessarily like it. This board is just going to be super difficult to navigate on a lot of turn and rivers. Wow.
What? What just happened?
Calls. 1.
Ugh.
Calls.
Well, the best hand's going to get out of the way, and we're going to get to
Well,
much
all
more
right.
marginal hands.
Well, oh man.
9. Checks. 1. Checks. 5.
300.
Bets 300.
Buddha.
Buddha feeling really strong about his hand, huh?
I was going to say, I don't know if Buddha's doing this as a bluff, if this is a... I mean, in this... Against these particular hands, it's for value, but
9 folds. 1.
you got to feel that when you're getting called by either hands that have a lot of equity against you or hands that are beating you.
Love draw.
Yeah, I don't know how he got you off of something you really liked for $80.
Kicker problem. I've had those.
You had a kick. Okay. On to the next hand.
I did not have an ace. 6-8 suited. I can see through those. Right? I had a very similar hand to that, yes.
What watch do we have on tonight for K9?
What watch?
Have we seen it yet?
No, actually, I don't know if he
I
has
haven't taken
one.
note of it yet.
I could beat a straight.
For those of you that are new viewers to the stream, K9's a very frequent player of the live stream,
That is just true.
and he
Always has a nice watch
It's
on.
always got a fun watch on.
4, calls 10, 5.
Something with some studs on it. It looks like it.
6, raises to 50.
It's probably just his old run-of-the-mill
Calls 8,
Rolex. No.
9,
You know how K9 is. You know how he runs in life.
Oh, deuces.
calls.
Anthony Holt says, Zach putting on a clinic, new horse for me. Yeah, no,
We need, after this hand, we need the Not My Horse graphic.
yeah, so, Anthony, my horse would have to play quite a few more hands than that. Jack 5-5.
4.
Bad flop for K9 here. Miles flops top.
And Garrett, who added on, is going to flop trips.
Calls.
I like the smooth call here. However, it does invite somebody like Gary to try to spike his deuce.
But look at this.
Uh-oh. Gary never afraid to put money in.
Raises 400 total bet.
So fun to watch. I mean, this is just pure randomness.
And now you have Miles, who is way behind.
Yeah, for Miles, this is
5.
this is just too much action, unfortunately, to continue.
Well, and then rightfully so. Miles is going to lose the minimum on this hand because of his style of play. I mean, he checks it over. K9 leads out for 125. Miles is able to fold ace jack here. K9's going to fold.
Can't get through 3 guys.
And Garrett has 800 back. So 925 total. Like is it a snap shove?
All in.
There it
7
is.
moves all in.
That's and at this point,
Yeah, this is gonna be-
Gary's committed.
This is super awkward for Gary.
You know,
here.
he's got to call 500 more. I mean, yeah, he's drawing very, very slim, but at the same time, like you already put 400 in.
You took so long, I think you got a hard draw. Which is
905.
I mean, this is a free $500, barring the deuce of hearts or deuce of diamonds here. I guess it could come running jack, but you know.
I think you got hearts. Maybe. You got hearts.
Gary V.
Something.
All right.
As Garrett started eliminating all of Gary V's suggestions, Gary V was getting a little more nervous and nervous each time.
Right, you could hear it in his voice.
Ace jack? One time.
Looking for a red
One
deuce.
time.
Red deuce.
That's
And
not
the
going to get it
ace
done.
peels.
Gary V. He's going to lose a big one over there to Garrett. Luckily for him, Garrett's one of the shorter stacks at the table, so he didn't lose relative to the rest of the players.
Nice hand, buddy.
The same type of pot that
First hand selection, though.
he might have been forced to play against somebody like K9, who's much deeper stacked. So Garrett's going to pick up a pot here, and we haven't seen Garrett play too much. It's the first hand I think we've seen Garrett take it down with.
Yeah.
This hasn't been dealt too much to play.
Garrett didn't give a shit if he lost. That was the best hand he's seen. He'd go with it. He loses,
First time I had a pair.
he loses, you know. 957, you know.
Yeah.
That really helps you to fight. He went on a draw for $900.
I prefer to go once. I just don't want to be the guy to call it. If you're ahead, I prefer to go twice. If I'm behind, I prefer to go
Oh,
twice.
I didn't know what he
If
had.
I'm behind, I just want to go once.
If I'm behind pre-flop, like queens against aces, I just want to go once. Let me just spike.
I only do 3 times.
Raise 20.
I don't like twice.
4
'cause then
folds.
you're chopping it half the time.
5?
I want somebody to win something.
Yeah, sure. 5 folds. 6.
But I like the idea of reducing the variance.
Call.
Yeah, I would have called if you're
7.
behind.
Do you like the idea of reducing the variance? Are you a once or twice type of guy?
I don't know. I've gone through phases. I think at this
8
point,
folds. 9 folds.
I
with
have
as little as I play anymore, I would just
Give me your jack.
whatever you wanted to do.
I have a couple of people that I'll always run it twice with, just because we've been doing it for years. But I try to be a one-time guy.
One time.
But I do have a couple of guys I'll run it twice with, only because I've been running it twice with them for a decade.
Hope so.
Queen 9 open-ended here for Gary.
Scott with top pair.
1 bets 40. 2 folds. 3. Three calls 40. 5 or 6 folds. 7 folds.
So Scott and Gary here. Easy game.
What a card here, because now Scott picks
Wow.
up top 2.
And this is gonna. I wonder how much that hand where he showed that 9-10 or that whatever that was, the 10-9, 10-8, whatever it was, the bluff.
And you can see Gary B loading up here.
210.
Over bets.
3.
The turn, and I don't see Scott S getting away from this. We're in Scott's shoes. We've just seen Gary B do too much random stuff to be folding top 2.
I thought if I got through you, I would be okay.
I mean, remember that these two exchange almost the very first pot of the night. These two played one of the more unconventional pots with just middle pair.
Oh, that's gonna kill Scott's.
This
Or
is-
that's gonna kill Gary's action, unfortunately.
This is gonna save Scott a
Yeah,
whole lot of money here.
yeah. He switched to Geico here. He's gonna save a lot of money by switching to Geico.
Yeah, this is just way too
Yeah.
much from Gary B here. I mean, we're targeting 2 pair basically, and it's just, even though it's Gary B, it's gonna be tough to find a lot of bluffs, especially because Scott could very easily have a queen, king, queen, queen, jack, queen 10.
But even then, calling 800 is just. But Scott being put to the test again by Gary B.
I think if Gary would have bet something like 200, maybe Scott could convince himself to call. I just don't see it here.
Am I allowed to make 2 bad folds in one night?
Well, it's better than making one bad fold and one bad call.
Mixed up with the bad fold. Now you're even.
Gary B gonna show him what he had at that time.
Updated chip count there. Everybody just over $1,000. Everybody over 1,000, I mean, but 5 stacks of over 2,000.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of blood. You know, there's a couple Scott S up there, one of the winners. Everybody kind of just hanging out. Down a few hundred, up a few hundred.
Anthony Holt saying Gary's a menace. Good for TV. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
5 raises to 50. 6 folds.
Buddha putting in
7
the raise
folds,
here.
8 folds. Seat 9. 9 calls. 1.
Yake show as well.
Folds. 2 folds.
Up a couple hundred.
A lot of kings out this hand.
3 calls. 4 calls.
And Miles is going to complete.
Miles gonna hop in there. We'll go 4 ways.
Threes first. Checks. 4.
So John W. flops open-ended here.
Bet 200.
Buddha's going to lead out for 200 with ace king. Miles just with the gut shot to the jack and 2 overs. And Scott picks up a top pair. Or excuse me, middle pair.
This bet's pretty ambitious from Buddha here. Really connected board against 3.
Fold. 4.
That being said,
Fold.
he is technically ahead right now.
Heads up. 5 checks. Action on 9. Checks.
Check the river.
5 checks. 9.
John W. going to pick up the straight here.
If you're John W., what are we looking to target? Aces, kings, queens. Things that would start to check back
9
the turn.
plus 230.
I think this is really good sizing here.
5 calls.
Whoa, Buddha, whoa, whoa. Buddha snap calls with ace high. That is,
These guys know that us commentators take tips, right? Like,
That-
they don't have to give the money away.
that is something I was not expecting from back here in the booth. Buddha's going to show that he snapped them off with ace high. I think Buddha is going to look back at that hand and I think that he should have taken a bit more time. I just don't know what John W. could have there that ace king is beating. That's right. Adam letting the table know
Well,
that
Buddha was asking because he wants to know who was back here talking about him. I think.
I think it was K9 asking.
Oh, K9 was the one asking. Okay.
Adam let him know that it's Tim and the amateur back here.
No, it's Tim in part-time.
We're doing a tryout.
Yeah, he's looking to finally come back off the bench. We sent him down to the G League for a little bit. He's back. He's back with us right now, coming off the bench.
I'm looking forward after that. After the first weekend in January, I'm going to be back in Toledo a lot more. Looking forward to doing more
Okay.
commentary.
Nice.
Miss being back here with you, you know.
Oh yeah.
This cramped space. Although this is look at all this.
Calls. 1 raises to 225.
Oh, love the producer laugh. Oh, so yeah.
3-bet from Gary B here. Gary B finally picking up a good hand.
Gary B picking up more pots in one orbit than Zach's played all night.
You know, to Zach's defense, I will say that when it's your first time on the live stream, it can definitely be intimidating, especially when
This
you're in
is
there with
true.
a bunch of regulars.
This is true.
Saddle C5.
This is very true. No, I'd love to get in there and mix it up with these guys just because I can, I'll be messing with them going, I remember watching you play that hand a couple weeks ago.
Well, you're also the best of the lot, so.
I'm the what?
The best of the lot here.
I did not win the dealer tournament, sir. That was Ryan.
9 raises to 50.
That was the Ryan, the luck of the Ryan. Oh, we got Brevin and Kyle are going to be playing next week, it looks like. Well, that's interesting. Combined VPIP of 33%. Can't wait to watch that. No, just kidding, Kyle. Just kidding, Kyle.
7 folds. 8 folds.
John W.
No, actually, so Caleb, to touch base on that, I thought that earlier also, and then I remembered it says Deep Stack Extravaganza on it. If I'm not mistaken, it's from one of the Vegas tournaments that he played in, not that competitor that flopped down the street.
2 bets 100.
Yeah, sorry, I just got word. It's actually the Venetian hat, not anything else.
9 calls.
Well, Ball State, baby.
Yake Show picking up a flush draw.
9
Go
checks.
along with his overcards. You could see Yake continue to want to bet here to fold out ace highs. Hands like ace queen, ace king.
What else we got tonight going?
C2 bets 425.
Does DraftKings have a page for
Degenerates? Yes.
the 2-5-10 No Limit Hold'em live stream at the Reserve?
Yeah, but they won't let me bet on that. I can't bet on the 2-5 live stream.
John W., as I'm sure you guys have deduced, will not be folding this hand.
C9 calls.
Are you sure?
Now I am.
Now you're sure?
And this is just a really unfortunate run out for Yake. He just won't be able to get John off of almost any pair at this point. His ace highs have proven to be sticky, so it's marginal at best if we think we're going to get it through against something like ace king or ace queen. Wow, but Yake is going to go ahead and do it, and I think John is going to take a quick look at the count and then pretty quickly put the call in here. You got to admire Yake's heart. We haven't really seen somebody besides Gary B make a play like this. What Yake is doing is trying to represent
C2 is all in.
aces, kings, hands that are in his 3-betting range, hands that would be extremely pleased with this run out. And yeah, you can see John W. counting it out. He's just got... John W. could be thinking that Yake is doing this for value with a worse hand like jacks. It's definitely conceivable.
C9 calls.
A lot of heart from Yake there. A lot of heart from Yake. You got to give him credit for being able to pull the trigger on a play like that. That is not easy to do in a game like this where so many players are so willing to put in money on the river in particular.
Can we get 1,500?
Got to add on here for 1,500.
I don't know why we let him play. He never comes and takes our money, goes home.
Buddha referencing the fact that John W., man, he just crushes these games.
He really does, too.
And he's one of the nicest guys. I've played with him
Gotta read my book.
a few times
I'll be first in line.
after the stream, and man,
Don't fold.
he's a great table presence, super funny.
Don't play a rank game.
Not afraid to put some money in there.
No, every other one.
Every other. Yeah, we did
Tim, what are the futures odds on the Bengals to win it all?
Bengals to win it all. I'll have to look that up for you here in a second. But I will let you know.
You gotta read aces.
You don't got to.
I'm cold. All in with an air. Really?
Feeling the rush, John W. You gonna play the 8-5 offsuit?
That's not even taxed.
See, you're rich is a problem.
Well, yes, yes, he is.
If you had respect for the
Two
money, you would
folds.
fold it.
3 folds.
They have respect for who's in the hand.
4 calls.
Go back to work. Next step. Play the bus.
5 calls. 6 checks.
Note to self, never bluff John.
Never bluff John.
Players.
That's chapter 8. Don't bluff old men.
Seat 4 checks in the dark. 5 checks. 6 checks.
Miles flopping bottom 2 here.
7 checks. 9 checks out.
Garrett, the highest club in the 8 of clubs.
Bengals are going to be plus 700.
What about the
4 checks,
Cowboys?
5 checks.
Super Bowl. Let's
Six
see.
bets, 20.
Cowboys plus 1,000.
7 folds. 1 folds.
I'm looking at it right now, Thomas Curtis, and I got him at plus 700 on DraftKings.
Actually hit some.
So,
Not a club though.
but the Lions plus 15,000. Let's let them sneak in.
Turn, right? You know, you flop.
On the Lions?
Yeah, baby.
They gave
The Lions.
That'll pay 15,000, sir.
That kid, he played it well too.
Our producer Jim out here looking to give money away.
Hey, look at this. We're getting a break.
Seat 7 with a $10 straddle.
Please.
He had a strong hand. He had a strong hand.
Yeah, anyone's folding.
Okay.
Trying to get like 7s or 8s.
I thought maybe you made it 5-4 and 5K.
I'm not
That's what
folding
I
between
thought.
you. He's not
8
folding.
folds.
I know you can't fold that.
Sounds good. Cool. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right.
Got an interview for you guys coming up.
Yeah, yeah. Local artist, amazing.
Scott here. Ace jack offsuit in the cutoff.
3 raises to 35. 4 folds.
I called you an ace high on that board.
I know what you did, I know.
There's four to a straight. Sometimes I run kings and aces. I thought you missed your flush.
Yeah, that was the read. I always stick with my read. Sometimes the read's not right.
Sometimes the read's not right. Let him know.
5 calls. 6 calls.
Let him know.
Have to trust the read for this game,
4 players.
Amen, brother.
Only thing you got.
5 checks.
Oh, wow. Bottom set here for Buddha. Top two for Canine. A gutter ball for Scott, who's going to continue.
What a big
Seat
flop.
70.
Buddha going to waste no time, it looks like. Going to go ahead and put the raise in here.
Mid raise.
Seat 5 raises to 140.
That's the scariest raise. There it is.
Buddha announcing a min raise here.
Seat 6 raises to 280.
And Canine just going to kind of click it back here. 280, Scott just posturing.
Seat 3 folds. All in. Seat 5 all in.
Buddha going to get it in here. Canine's not going to like it. Canine's not going to like it because he knows that Buddha either has some very high equity draw, something like Queen Jack of clubs, Ace Jack of clubs, Ace Queen of clubs. Or he's got him beat. You just wouldn't expect Buddha would have king 3 or 10-3 here, which would be the hands K9's beating.
1,020 total.
That might do this.
Six
At the end of the day, K9 just has too much. I mean, he's got top 2.
Is this where it becomes a 6-6 turn where it's like the 10
You
of
did 1 through 3 times. Somebody got to win something.
one time?
One
for the
time,
one
K9
time.
says. Looking
of
for that
diamonds,
10 or
queen.
king. That's not going to get it done. Buddha in an absolute cooler situation there
Right.
for K9. I mean, just nothing.
Absolutely doomed hand. I've paid that off so many times in my life. Maybe Oreo for my tongue.
Nothing that K9 can really do there. It's just an awfully tough situation to be in. You're hoping as K9 to be up against a draw, but given Buddha's style, it just doesn't seem like he would be doing that with a draw, but you've just got so much in King 10. Updated chip counts for you on the left there.
Miles just barely under that mark.
You got to pay it off. Don't be folding top 2.
Even if you're against the set, you're not drawing.
John W., the big winner so far.
You got the top 2.
Speed 8 with a $10 straddle. 4 outs.
And a suited ace here.
Send it back, guys.
John W. Oh,
Sorry, guys, send it back. Card just sticky.
Hard for that to happen though.
It is. But
Only one combo
I
left.
seen it.
What did he get? Your turn.
You hardly ever see the guy pull a king or a 10 in that situation.
Ooh.
Hardly ever see them. You think you'd see more often. I don't know how to set.
I'm going to get us going here. After that brutal cooler for K9.
9 folds. One raises to 35. 2 folds, 3 folds, 4 calls.
Sorry, it had to be you, Chris. Wish it had been John.
5 folds.
Buddha's the nicest person to lose a hand to. He never wants anybody to actually lose money, I swear. He just wants everybody to have fun.
5 players.
Although from Chris's perspective, it can definitely be a bit of a needle to keep hearing about
Yeah, for
how
sure.
unlucky you are.
6 checks.
Top 2 for Zach.
7 checks.
Zach's going to touch his chips, and everyone's going to snap fold.
Seed 8, that's 105. 1 folds, 4 folds.
One fold, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 folds. Everybody folds around
Yeah, I mean, that's the big problem
when you play that style.
when you play that tight.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you.
It's going to be tough to get paid. And
Seriously, John, have you booked the loss on the live stream?
I mean, there's a 15-minute delay on the stream. A lot of these players, particularly when the break time's coming around, are going to be looking back at hands, and especially when they see Zach folded
Last time I played
top
lost.
pair to a single half pot sized bet
Does that one count?
Yes.
on the flop, they're going to feel like they have a pretty easy to follow strategy after that.
Remember that hand, Miles? I mean, I guess you can't forget. That 8-9 hand.
Oh, the last hand of the stream.
Meaning when Zach bets, he's going to be super, super strong, as he was in that last hand.
Kyle, last time that we showed his VPIP, it was at 14%. So take that for what you will. He is open folded ace-10 suited and 5s. Granted, they were in early position, but you know, it's still him folding some pretty decent hands.
3 folds.
Like Scott here folding 6s, but there was a raise to 75 from the Yake show. Buddha with the cardboard box.
5 folds.
You know the story behind that, right? Did I
No.
ever tell you that? No. Was playing in a game and I played Queen 9 suited back-to-back hands. And this old man stands up and goes, "If you keep playing that fucking hand, you're gonna be living in a cardboard box." And I'm like, what? He goes, that's how you lose all your money. And I'm like, oh.
Poker's a game where everybody has an opinion on everybody else's play.
So for the record, I play that hand religiously now.
There you go.
Once I was gonna call his raise. Once you re-raise, I'm like, set at least. Set at least.
King on the turn, no help. Does bring in a gutter for the Yake show. Oh man, my. Well, Kyle, I'll be honest with you. I love that hand, and I'm gonna keep playing it. Oh, look at that. Jack on the river for him.
No.
5-6.
If a spade comes, I'm putting my last.
One bet's
I mean,
175.
whatever I had. I think I had
Two calls.
How do you get away? Like, how do you 5-6 3 streets is?
Yeah. No, I know. I don't know how he calls the river. Like once I'm betting the whole time, and he leaves out on the river.
I mean, I called. He made it 105 on the flop. I called the 105.
Yeah.
But then once
Then he raised.
Gary, you gonna stab at that pot?
Get me out of here. There's just no way I'm good in any situation.
Yake Show gonna
I gotta hit him.
snap it off right away. Wins a bit back.
That was a crazy hand.
Lumpy says, new rule. Can't play cash on floor, then leave to play tournament and bust cash game. Well, yeah, well, we do appreciate you playing in the cash game, though. Thank you, Lump. It is much appreciated. Just quit breaking our games. Can't run them over and then just leave them. Kyle, no, he is not a regular. I think this is his first time here, actually. So I'm going to assume he's from Michigan just based off his hat, but I could be wrong. That's just me making assumptions.
5 folds. 6 raises to 30.
Where are you getting it?
7 folds, 8 folds, 9 calls.
I was right, Brent. Hey, I assumed that Ohio State kicker was going to make that, but, you know. Oh, sorry. I make this joke, and I'll keep making it every time Brent's in here. Do you watch the ball drop this year?
Yeah.
Did you?
Short and to the left.
Yeah, short and to the left. Makes me feel so good. Especially seeing Brent was in my Brent was all about talking on Facebook. He was all about it. And then all of a sudden it went real quiet on his Facebook. I don't understand why.
Yeah, that was.
He's also one of those guys who was talking and talking, and then when I said, "Hey, let's bet the game," he was all of a sudden unavailable until after kickoff.
It's tough. Watching that kick, I thought for sure there was something wrong with the hold or the snap, but nope.
Yeah, too much pressure.
It was just that
Bad coaching.
I mean, that would. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is obviously a ton of pressure, being back here.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but.
Kyle, to answer your question, I'm assuming that he is somewhere. I will put him in the young buck category. I believe he is a University of Michigan student. But then again, any person that's under the age of like 26 is young buck to me.
I like the young buck category.
Yeah. Yeah, Brent, it did. All of a sudden, I listened. I commented right under your post immediately about, hey, let's put some money up, and all of a sudden, it's like he went to bed. You know? Yeah, Kevin, Lumpy, you're right. Brent, giving us good Ohio State fans a bad name. You're right. But, yeah, Kyle, he's from IU. Okay, not Michigan, IU. All right. Either way. Well, I needed a certain person from Kansas to score 15 points today. He's the only starting player on his team without a point. Oh.
This would be an awfully ambitious call from Gary. We just don't see. Oh, excuse me. Why would I assume he's going to call? It looks like he's about to put in a very ill-timed raise here. This is part of what makes Gary so tough to play against. What would be a routine fold for almost everybody else here. Looks like it's going to be a raise for Gary.
Raise. Seat 1 raises to 745.
Yeah, definitely ill-timed here.
Yeah, John W. is going to call. I mean, Gary B could theoretically do this with worse. With ace 6, ace 4, ace deuce. Maybe even a hand like 4-6. You'd think that if Gary had a set, he would have put in a raise a little bit earlier to want to protect it, get some value from a queen.
Short break, yeah, 9:30.
Yeah. Did you find Wing Depot?
Yeah, just short the break then.
You should just order it. And then
No,
just,
it's
yeah,
8, 9
It's
calls.
in Wingstop.
yeah, Wingstop is fine. Just order it now.
Ace is good. What do you want? What
Queen's good.
Cause you ain't gonna show if I lay mine over.
You ain't gonna show.
Huh?
Sixes?
No.
If you got a queen or ace, you win. I'll learn that at the game one. How about both of them?
John W. likes to see the hands.
Haven't you won enough? My God, this is
Good luck, everybody. Josh is here.
embarrassing.
Again, similar to what we were saying about Yasho, you
Instead of winning.
gotta show some respect for Gary B's heart there. The man just does not have a passive bone in his body, which, from a viewer's standpoint, makes it extremely fun to watch. From a player's standpoint, it makes it awfully difficult to play against in 90% of situations. John just found himself in that 10% where he was like slam dunk.
Justin, did you,
Thank you, and I'll have another.
Did you order the hamburger?
No, we're doing it right now.
I don't know
Hey, if you,
Josh Black stepping in for Adam there.
Buddha's not playing.
Double board bomb pot incoming. Pot limit Omaha.
Here we go now. Double board.
I'll pay for it. You gonna order it on your dash card or something, or your credit card, or?
Your dash card.
I'll pay for all of it. So let's.
You sure?
Yeah.
John always does that.
It means I'm
Oh, that's awfully nice. John W. offering to get the players dinner.
It means I'm
Thanks,
A
John.
bit of a needle almost, given that he's going to be using their money.
Gary's paying. That's what he means.
You're paying with Gary's money.
Yeah, get me,
Here, you wanna just put it in?
put it on there.
What do you want?
Where you going?
yeah, just give me,
Wingstop.
How many wings? Place?
yeah, give me, wings and fries.
No, they'll take it.
Where?
What kind of flavor?
What? Boneless or boneless?
Boneless.
Boneless.
Boneless barbecue.
Barbecue, they got honey hickory smoked barbecue.
Yeah, that's cool.
That'll work. What do you want to drink?
Diet Coke.
Alright, John, I'm gonna sign you, buddy.
Over here on this double board bomb pot. Here we go. We're a little bit backwards here on it, but for the cameras, but that's okay.
Check your bet. 25 to go. Quarter to go. Spot one bet's a quarter.
Gary B with a.
Call.
Oh, excuse me. Gary B with a gutter on both. Small clubs.
Yeah, Yake Show with an open under on the top and a set of jacks on the bottom and his gutter on the bottom. We have bottom two pair and a gut shot for Scott. We have diamonds for Miles and an open ender on the bottom. We got a lot going on here. K9 here with ace queen, two gutters and the nut diamonds on the bottom. This could be a very large pot.
Yeah, Garrett with that.
This
Top,
could be a very large pot at the end of this.
Garrett with that top set there on the King 10-8 board, putting in a raise here.
And yeah, Garrett with top set.
Yake Show gonna call with an open ender on the one and top
So,
set on the other.
so I mean, this should get up near. I mean, honestly, depending on what the turn is, this should be a 5K pot.
Cajun hot, spicy, Louisiana, barbecue,
Wow, I think that's the first time I've ever seen Buddha without a hat on.
Yeah, you know, we're learning a lot about Buddha today. I actually didn't know he had a first name. I thought it was Buddha.
What's
No.
his first name?
Daryl.
No.
Yeah, I
way.
just yeah, that's just I didn't know that.
Blowing my mind.
But we're going with Buddha. We're sticking with Buddha. That's where it's at.
I'm gonna ask him when I see him. What's
All
up,
right.
Daryl?
Here we go. To the turn. Top board. Deuce. Also deuce brings in spades. And the 5 doesn't really help too much on that, but the spade draw now for the set of kings on the top board.
And for Yake.
And for Yake, who flopped a set of jacks.
Checks, spot 2 checks. Spot 4 checks, spot 6 checks.
I'm surprised that the
730. Spot number 7, that's 730.
730 here, 730.
What kind? What flavor? Like just plain? Because it comes with like a sauce on it. Hot.
No idea whose car that is, obviously.
Miles wants a milkshake if they
They
got
don't have
Spot
that.
1 folds.
I'll take a chicken sandwich.
What kind? Do you want a flavor?
spicy.
This is an
Mild.
uncomfortable position for Yake show, but that being said, I just think he's got too much. He's drawing to the nuts on
It comes with it?
both boards in different capacities. On the one board, he's already got a made hand, and he blocks 9-8, which would be the nuts.
Garrett has a potential to scoop this whole pot. He really does.
So
here.
does Yake.
Instantly regretted taking on that decision.
Well, I was just putting Miles in. Miles, you said Miles, right?
What if, like,
Garlic, parmesan, Hawaiian plain, lemon pepper, barbecue.
Spot 2
Wow, Yake is going to go ahead and lay it down there.
Wow, what a laydown.
Pretty surprised.
I am very surprised. That is a tight fold. He has spades, a set, and an open-ender. Miles now with the diamond draw is going to lay that down.
Spot 4 folds.
Over to K9. And K9
They have wings, ace,
not looking good here on the chop. He has to hit a diamond. He has to hit a diamond or the case jack on top for the chop. Or queen, I guess, but
You could do an ace on that bottom board.
oh yeah. I mean, he does have options to
He's got
hit, I guess, but they're very slim.
Yeah, he's got a couple outs. This is not a proposition that you're too excited about as K9.
Spot 4 is going to add on 1,000. We need
Miles is
1,000
going to add on 1,000.
We need 10 black chips.
K9 just trying to decide if he's getting the right odds here.
And he calls.
Spot number 7.
He's going to go ahead and
Or
just
sorry, he goes all in and then he gets called.
get the rest of it in. Garrett's going to go ahead and snap call. And Garrett's going to be surprised to learn that he's ahead on the board with
Way ahead.
spades there.
Oh, diamond. Diamond for K9.
We're going to go ahead and chop this up.
straight flush on the top.
17's down below.
Diamond for K9, and the Jack 9 would have gotten there with the set of jacks that Yoke had in his hand, or Yake, or whatever.
Sorry, guys, be quiet. What's that, Jeff?
Seven of clubs was the river card on
Yeah.
the board
I'm not sure, Jeff.
that they're referring to. K9's going to be fortunate to chop that one up.
As long as the diamond or spade don't, you need the diamond spade don't.
Yeah, Garrett could have got really messed up that hand there. He would have went from being ahead and possibly scooping to losing both boards.
Yeah, you put yours in.
So,
Well, I was just talking.
I know.
Trying to get him out.
Josh is going to go ahead and get that pot chopped up.
That's on the board with 8-9. Not well, it does have 8-9. Maybe I have my pick, please.
Got a break coming up for 15 minutes.
Vic coming out there to talk about a break for him because the player's going to go on break. They're going to get some food, and then we will be right back to here. That's what the pause in audio is from. There we go. And we are back. Yeah, Lumpy, they're ordering food, so that's the only reason we're allowing them to have the phone at the table. They're ordering food. So when that is agreed upon
Can we
from
wait
the
till the food
table,
gets here to take break? Okay. I'll interview him for you.
come on back.
Fired.
K9 has been back here a time or two.
$10.
Both as a,
Spot 2, we're gonna start in spot 3.
I think he's been back here for a quick little stint as a commentator, but he's also been interviewed.
K9 has?
I think so.
I don't know if K9 has. I've never been back here with him, but
I could be wrong. I know I've spoken with him on stream before in some capacity. Garrett gonna go ahead and shoot it up here with queens. Oh, and look behind John W with kings.
queens and then kings. By the way, here at the reserve, we do offer a masseuse, and that is Austin right there. Sometimes her wife comes with her.
Wow, John W is just gonna call here with kings.
$1 a minute, by the way, and she's absolutely amazing. I get one every single time I can. That's why I'm so relaxed. Rhino's letting me know that K9 was here for an interview, so
There we go.
that's a thing. So okay.
Oh, how about top set here for
top
Garrett
set.
against the overpair of John W. We could be in for a massive cooler here.
3 checks. Spot number 7, that's 140.
He's
Those are not-
grabbing. Those are raisin chips.
Those are not just calling chips there. John W gonna put in the raise right now.
Now he does have the king of spades in his hand.
Scott just posturing here.
Yeah, Lump, that bubble wrap off sack and break. It is a little rough.
310 total.
Garrett trying to give his best Oscar performance here.
Spot 7 calls.
I do like the call.
For heads up.
7 of diamonds peels the turn.
Pretty innocuous.
John now controlling the betting here. He's his first act. And he's grabbing some chips again.
Spot 10, that's 310.
Same
Again,
bet here.
310.
And if I'm Garrett, I like a raise here. You want to get the stacks down to a pretty modest percentage of the pot. There's a lot of draws you could presumably do this with.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, he's probably min racing here. And there it is, 620.
Spot 7 raises to 620.
And once again, this is you're playing against John's image here. He's never folding, drawn to 3%.
There's 1 black over.
And that's why I don't like just a min raise here from Garrett.
Alright, John calls.
Let's say
Yeah,
something like,
He could have made it. He could have made it upwards of 1,200 to get a call here.
yeah,
honestly,
you don't want an action-killing river to hit
Yeah,
this like
a
a
spade.
spade,
Yeah,
maybe
a
even like a
spade.
jack.
Or I mean, that doesn't really kill the action. There's no chance of him holding a 5 in his hand, this deep into the hand. So he checks. Garrett, 2,200 in the middle.
Spot 7.
Oh, he checks back.
Garrett's just
He
going to check
checks
back.
back.
Great example there why you want to try to rush to get the money in
Wow.
the middle
All
there on
right.
that
Well, I
turn.
didn't expect that check back. That is for sure. But
After that massive pot taken down by
Right.
Garrett, we're going to go on a quick break. And
yeah,
Vic,
and you guys have an interview you guys are going to do here. You guys are going to be with Vic. And Vic's going to introduce one of the local artists here that we feature on Live at the Reserve, and we will be back here in a few minutes.
Well, thanks, guys, and thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. We've got a special guest as we're doing this now every Tuesday. We took last week off because of the holiday, but we're calling it our featured artist of the week. and we're featuring local musicians. And they're not so local all the time. They travel around the country and out of the country. As our friend Jason Quick here, as a local musician that has been around the Toledo area for how long playing music, Jason?
I've been, I came down to go to school at Bowling Green State University in 1996, and that would be the first time I was, exposed to the Toledo music scene, and I've been in the area, and I've lived in Toledo since 2004, and have taught and been playing for 25 years or so.
Now, you're currently, most of the gigs that you're getting around the area and beyond have to do with your Jason Quick trio.
Yes.
And that would be considered a jazz trio. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my jazz project,
Mm-hmm.
and it's usually a trio, a three-piece, and depending, there's usually a drummer involved, and then I will get a keyboard player, organ, like Hammond organ,
Uh-huh.
and or a bass player.
Yeah.
There are other situations like what we have coming up next month at Lucille's on Friday, February 17th, where we are playing as a quartet, and so we've got that going on, and we add a horn player, and we play a lot of original material, a lot of my tunes,
Mm-hmm.
and we also play other stuff as well.
Now, would you consider your background steeped in jazz, or did you come up through other venues and then now you're focusing more on jazz?
Well, I've always been in some way involved in like rock music and blues music. I've always listened, but by the time I was 16, I was really heavy into jazz, and the deeper I got, the more people would tell me, you got to go deeper.
Yeah.
So it's a commitment,
Yeah.
in terms of the history of the music, and being aware of what's going on now and what happened in the past, and it's a lot of fun.
Now, I've noticed you also get solo gigs around town, Manhattan's, other places like that. Does your music taste change for those solo performances?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
They do. In that situation, I sing more. In the jazz group, I just play guitar.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of an instrumental type situation. But in the solo, and I do this with the band, but it's mostly in the solo, I play acoustic and sing, and have lately I've been doing a lot of cover tunes.
Okay. All right.
But I also have kind of more songs that I've written that I'll perform. And it really kind of depends on what I'm into at the time. Like if I write some new tunes and I want to play those out and get those heard. But after a while, I kind of go through the thing where I play them out and make recording and put the recording out and go through the whole thing. And then I want to kind of like move on
Okay.
and try some new stuff.
Now, I know you sit in with people from time to time, not always just open mic, but other groups will call upon you to come and sit in because of your wide range of music ability. And is there any band or bands in particular that have you on a regular basis?
Mostly in the summertime. I mean, he can call me anytime, but Jeff Tucker, who is a longtime Toledo resident and who plays out, and he plays more out of town, traveling. He doesn't get too many gigs around here, just
Okay.
a few in the year. But in the summertime, we will play out in the Port Clinton area. We will play up north in. He's got a regular thing in like Northport, last summer we played in Petoskey and Charlevoix. So it's kind of like a moving around sort of thing. So I do that, and then most of the time I don't have a lot of other like sideman situations, you know. But Wesley's has been doing a Thursday night jam session with some old friends of mine.
Yeah, John Roth is coming in
John.
the booth next week, I believe, and he does that Thursday night.
Yep.
Curry Long sits in with saxophone and
Yes.
flute, and he's going to come into our interview, our booth here soon. And that's just, it's a fantastic jam. I mean, if you like live music and you like diverse live music, that Thursday night jam at Wesley's. Let's talk about geography a little bit. Let's talk about travel.
Sure.
So over all these years of playing, can you what are some of the highlights of the travels that you've experienced because of your music?
Well, I have, I've traveled some, not as much as others, so it's not really a big brag for me,
Yeah.
you know. But I mean, I'll get in the van and go and
Okay.
play a gig. One night this past summer here, I'm kind of proud of this. My group played at Wesley's on a Saturday night, and then I had a gig with Jeff Tucker's band in Petoskey that Sunday morning. So we finished playing, and I drove all night to get up to Petoskey area to make the gig. So that's some traveling.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I really want to thank you for coming in.
My pleasure.
We're really trying to promote local music, local artists, local talent. We want to bring the reserve and our live stream connected to our roots here, which are here in Toledo, Ohio. We've been doing this live stream now since September, and we've just had a lot of fun with it with tournaments. But then looking to expand it a little bit into the community and get people involved. And so that's why I reached out to you to see if you'd come in. Folks, if you notice now tonight when we have a break, there will be an original piece of Jason's music playing. When we live stream Thursday night, we'll have that as well as Saturday night. And then, as I mentioned, we continue to have a different artist each Tuesday. Just a few names to drop right now would be John Roth and Curry Long, Steve Steele, and Aaron Crott. And we had already had Jeff Stewart in here and Chris Shutters. I know you're very familiar with those two musicians.
Oh, yes.
And sat in with them quite a bit. So, but I really want to thank you for coming in, and let your friends and neighbors know that, and your listeners know that we're going to do this again. We're going to have a queue of a dozen or so. We want our artists to come back, say in 6 weeks or 8 weeks, and check in with us and see what you've been doing. Before you leave, tell us what you got coming up in the next week, 2 weeks, or month. What's your lineup?
Okay. Well, I'm on hiatus for the next week here, but I do have a list of upcoming gigs that I want to tell people about. January 19th, I'm playing solo at Manhattan's, and Manhattan's is having their 20th anniversary party. So the place has been around for 20 years.
Oh, you're playing for the anniversary?
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's
yeah.
fantastic.
Among
folks. Yeah.
there's several going on. And the quick trio, we're getting up to Cliff Bell's in Detroit on Thursday, February 2nd. If anybody gets up to Detroit, Cliff Bell's is a great live jazz club that's been going, and I haven't been playing there. It's been about 5 years, so I'm looking forward to getting back there. And then also, I want to let everybody know, because we're selling tickets to this one, the Quick Quartet on Friday, February 17th at Lucille's Jazz Lounge on Summit Street.
Excellent. Well, thanks again. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Vic.
I hope people continue to enjoy and appreciate our Artist of the Week. It helps us tie in with our community. We're hopefully bringing you some information about some local artists that are well-deserving. It's a little bit of a personal thing for me because living here in Toledo for the last 25 years, I am astounded at the ability to go out and hear live music 7 nights a week, and basically not pay for it. Many times there aren't covers, but if you go, please tip the musicians. And the musicality that's in this town right now is just, to me, it's on fire. It's almost like a perfect storm. So again, thank you very much, Jason, for coming in, and I hope everybody appreciates this segment. We'll continue to do this every Tuesday night. Thanks again. Enjoy the cash play that's coming up here probably in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right, we are
think
live
so.
back. We are back. All right, Max. We're going to play the game too, buddy.
Oh my God.
Here we go. You pick a player, and I'll pick a player.
Okay.
And, you know, we'll play our own little stand-up version here. What do you think?
Gary. I'm taking Gary.
You're taking Gary?
First pick, yeah.
All right,
First
first
pick of
pick
the
in the draft, you're going to take Gary. Well, way to go out on a limb here on who would play the most hands.
It's the law of numbers, man. There's got to be a win in there somewhere.
I like it. Oh, there we are. Hey, as I look at the screen, I see our faces. So welcome back here. Whoa, that's going to be loud.
I'm the first winner. I'm the first winner. I'm the only one in.
I love
All
it.
right.
For those of you that have never seen this game before, all the players are going to stand up and play their hands standing up. Once you win a hand, you're able to sit down.
No.
Last person to be standing owes everybody at the table some agreed amount. I don't know what the players have agreed to.
I'm taking Buddha.
What?
I'm taking Buddha. Buddha's the guy. Buddha's the guy.
I'll take Gary B.
What?
All right, so if Gary B, which there's no chance of him losing this,
Yeah.
or Buddha, if either one of our guys lose, the other person has to buy them a drink.
Okay.
All right, we'll put a
Yeah,
drink
deal.
on it, you know?
Can definitely do that.
There we go. Nice and easy.
I'm cool with that.
You get felted and rebuy.
If you don't have any money, you're not going to pay it.
This game generates a lot of action. If any of you guys watch any of the
You got to show the hand.
live streams down in Texas, they play this game a lot. Generates a lot of action.
6 folds. 7.
And hey, look, your horse. There he is. Right off the get-go.
Let's go, Buddha. Come on, baby. Raises the 50. Let's get it through. Gary
my
B's
God,
still
a
there.
suited-
Never
a
mind.
suited queen.
Suited queen
Yeah.
for Gary. That's not getting. Oh, he throws up.
Let's get it in. Nice.
Gary goes all in.
Nice.
Oh,
Right
yeah.
off the rip.
Oh, Gary shows
Wow.
the queen deuce. Right off the rip.
my
I
God.
ain't standing, he says. And chips it. All right.
Call him light there.
That guy's
Wow.
awesome.
Dude, how you not calling raise 50?
Come on, champion. Have a seat, sir.
Initial raise.
Wow.
So much respect on that.
That is awesome. Well, and with that, I also win, which means that I'll be getting a, maybe like a tall sangria.
Now, hold on now. That means that my guy's got to lose, though, sir. My guy's got to lose. That was the rule. Now, if Buddha doesn't win the hand, he's got to pay out, then I got to pay out.
Nice.
That's how it works. That's how it works. Now,
I'm
now my
sitting
luck.
down.
Now my luck. Buddha's gonna end up playing tight now.
That's right.
5
He got taught his lesson.
folds.
Raised at 50.
6 folds.
By the way,
Gary said-
LSU for the monies.
9 folds.
Gary said, take a little bit of this.
1 fold. 2 makes it 7.
2K, rip it all in.
2 makes it 75.
LSU was my bet, and they covered. Running Pier, baby. Now we got to find something to throw that money on.
9 folds.
Live in-game
10
betting.
Calls.
You are
1
such a
fold.
degenerate.
2 makes it
Why? Who would make this
75.
legal?
3
There we go. We
calls.
got the money. It was
Four
a
calls.
$30 bet, sir. We're okay. Actually, I take that back. We got a game we can bet for later. Where's the New Mexico game?
10
You
calls.
can still play. Once you sit, that's the best time to play.
But I want to be stand out.
Yeah, if you're not playing, if you're not standing, you can't play.
2 checks.
He took his $100. He was good.
Yeah.
He's gonna get another 25 or something.
What the?
Oh wow, are the players doing it for $100?
100.
3 bets,
Ooh.
125.
Is that what I just heard?
4 folds.
Oh, just 25. That seems a little more reasonable.
It's already more action this first
I
couple
was gonna say they're spreading around a buy-in.
Yeah, right.
That's the whole point of the game, right?
Miles, back up just a little bit.
Doing everything with the camera.
2 folds.
Can't stop thinking about Gary B just barely taking a peek at his cards before he ripped it over the top of a single
3
raise.
bets, 300. 7 folds.
John W. not going
John W.
anywhere with a piece and a gutter. Is that a 4 I see on the river there? Oh, a 5.
A 5 for John W. to pick up the straight.
There goes Scott putting some
Three
chips
bets,
into the
300.
middle.
10 calls.
I'm sure you're good. Straight.
I mean,
Seriously?
straight.
Seriously. Seriously, I want to sit down.
Yeah, baby. This game makes people play bad.
Ooh-wee.
Johnny, 3-4 offsuit.
Hell yeah, that's a winner, man.
That's the winner, man. That's the winner, man. That's the winner.
I had a pair of threes.
Talking about getting called late.
I'm gonna write that down right
That's the winner, man.
We learned that already. Don't bluff John. You think that was a bluff?
Don't bluff, Johnny says.
We didn't see that.
You don't think I had the threes beat?
Huh?
You don't think I had the threes beat?
Yeah, well, you didn't show him shit.
Worst part is I'm gonna lose more $200 trying to sit down.
Right. I've seen you in action before.
Hole over him. I like it. I like it.
pretty
I'm
awesome.
not complaining, John.
I know.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Hey, Johnny, can you get rid of this purple? I only got one of them.
Gives me two.
He goes
I
down
just
there.
figured that was brick enough.
Yeah,
And I was wrong.
6 folds. I'll take black if it's easy.
150.
7 makes it 150. 9 folds.
All right. All right, Max. We're on hockey now.
What do you know about hockey?
Not a single thing. But we're on hockey now. What?
Oh, 2.
10 folds.
I'm like Gary.
1 fold.
The best story I have about sports betting is I was at the home game back a couple years ago, and I was stuck a truck.
Oh, yeah?
And where it's like 2:00 in the morning, and I'm like, I gotta bet big on something.
Yeah.
And I bet big on the Newcastle Jets, Aussie rules football, and they won for me. I still have the Aussie. I bought a Newcastle Jets T-shirt
Nice.
off their website.
Oh, here goes Miles. Oh my
Miles
God.
all in with deuces.
Miles
Garrett.
gonna rip it with deuces and Garrett.
Garrett. Oh, Garrett's gonna think about it. Oh my lord! If Garrett calls here, Miles is gonna lose his lose it, maybe lose the composure a little bit. But after this hand, what do we know about 419 appliances? Anything?
We might know something.
We might know a little something. Oh no, Garrett's gonna fold.
Oh my God, he folded 9s.
7 folds.
Deuces.
I cannot believe he folded 9s.
Wow. Deuces there for him.
I'm folding kings there.
Not kings.
I'd probably call jacks.
Ace 10, I'm probably calling it a win.
That's a tough call.
That is a tough call.
He goes, that's a tough call. Thanks for folding.
Come on,
That's
give
a
me
tough
some
call.
credit. How you know?
Like worst case, if you lose that hand, you're paying a lot more. Than
Wow.
I realize it.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm
That
talking
is-
to Holler. You made the bet.
Yeah.
He can't call that.
I was feeling pretty good on my nines.
Weren't we all getting paid for the last guy $1,000 a piece?
Yes, I would call them.
Alright, now I'm pissed.
He goes, no, I'm pissed.
7 makes it 200. 9 folds. 10 folds. 1 fold. 2 folds.
Scott with 10s here.
So Deborah Haskin is asking, why is everyone standing? So they're playing this game called the stand-up game.
3 is all.
You can sit
around.
down if you win a hand. If you don't win the hand,
4 folds.
For this angle.
you have to keep standing. And then if you're the last person to win a hand at the table,
5 folds.
you owe every person at the table $25. So that's what they're playing. Just a little side game on this. Hi, Jody. Jody's watching with us. How are you?
7 folds.
Yeah, probably not.
I almost called you the ace 3 of diamonds for 200, man.
I'm playing good poker now.
Me too.
And here we go. K9's going to call with the ace queen offsuit. Going to be in a flip situation against Scott here.
47. 1,047.
K9 does cover Scott. And I would like to see a cash game with bounties.
Cash game with bounties? Interesting.
You have 2-5 beat?
That's an interesting way to go about it.
Everybody has to
Big ass race here.
buy an extra $50 or something.
Good bet.
Keep it on the side.
Versailles, somebody sitting down.
Here we go. We got Aussie rules football, baby.
Deuce, 5.
My team's not playing this week or right now. We're good. But they got
No,
it also doesn't start till March.
no ace or queen on that flop.
7, no help.
K9 looking for an ace queen.
Nice.
Jack's not going to get it done. Scott S is going to get a double up and get to sit
And
down.
get to sit down. That's the key there.
Saves himself a couple $100 extra bucks there.
Can I get 2,000, Jim?
And Eddie's going to shift those chips over to Scott. We're going to introduce 419 Appliances.
Can you pull that pocket?
419 Appliances located at 3270 Rulo, right here in Toledo. Principal owner Donzel Moore, Zell,
Mm-hmm.
for those of you that are frequent players here at the Reserve. 419 Appliances sells used appliances at a heavy discounted price. Stop by or call 419-917-2483. Ask for Zell. North on Seco or right before Alexis, Rulo Street. Turn right and look for the balloons. Mention
397.
Reserve Poker Club. Receive 25% off your next order. Mention the Reserve Poker Club ad. Receive 25% off your next order. 419 Appliances. Go support Zell.
Yeah, for sure.
Zell, a frequent player here. Somebody everybody enjoys having around. In these games, he's played on the live stream a number of times.
You're 10. 9 folds. 10 folds. 1 cause. 2 cause. 3 folds. 4 calls. 5 folds. 6 calls.
It's cheaper
7 checks.
Alrighty, here we go. 5 ways. Still amidst the stand-up game.
6 checks. 7 checks. 1 bet's 50.
Gary's sitting down but still firing.
2 folds.
Miles here with bottom set.
If you win the pot, they don't get to sit down.
They go ahead and put the raise in
4
right
makes
now.
it 200. 6 folds. 7 folds. 1 is all in.
Wow, Gary B is just going to rip it here.
Miles.
Even though they're both sitting down, this is interesting. I don't know what Miles is waiting for. This is Gary B. There we go.
Cause.
Whatever you want to do. Huh? One time?
He says just one time.
One time. Here we go.
4 is clean.
Gary B looking for a 4
Huge
that
pot.
doesn't pair the board. Not going to get
Oh.
it done, Miles.
Miles with the set.
Look at this. Miles was telling us during the break. Miles was telling us before the break he was getting a little frustrated that he wasn't
Picking up hands.
scooping any pots or picking up any hands, and now all of a sudden,
He's just saving it for the end of the last half.
Hey, blue chips.
We need blue chips. Get him out here.
now all of a sudden the man winning a couple big ones in a row, and Miles is looking at another solid night so far. I feel like Miles just puts together a lot of solid nights. When you're on the live
Miles
stream.
is putting together a solid night like the Dallas Stars and New Mexico Aggies tonight, baby. Let's go. That's who we're on now.
What other sports we got?
So far, we've bet college basketball, NBA. We have also bet hockey. And if I win any of these, then we're going to throw them on the 5 a.m. soccer matches.
Man, you're keeping it mainstream. Where's like Japanese badminton or something?
We're not to
Let's
that
throw a
level
total
yet.
dart.
Oh, and I have golf. I did bet the Century, the Zozo Championship this week.
I'm not impressed.
Listen, you know, you can. I can start betting Italy Serie A. National championship game coming up on Monday.
See a pattern here?
By the way, Georgia minus 12.5. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna bet money line Georgia.
Who called it Toledo?
Everything I got, money line Georgia.
No.
You don't want to bet 1,200 or like 1,400. That's the Eddie way of doing things.
They look great, man. I like Max Duggan as a
That makes it
quarterback.
20.
You just like his name. All right, I feel good here though. I feel good that Buddha's gonna outlast or gonna sit down before Zach. I like my chances
4
here.
calls.
Call.
5 folds. 6 calls.
Gary B clicks it back
7
over top
folds.
of John W's open.
So you got mine.
K9's gonna call. Garrett
Nine
folds.
folds.
Zach folds.
Zach did what?
10 calls.
John W's gonna call.
Check.
A
6
whole lot of
checks.
nothing.
10 checks. 1 check. 4 checks.
Miles is gonna check back.
6 checks.
Turn the world now. Open-ended.
10
Clubs.
checks.
Gary B still in the lead with ace high.
1 bet's 80.
Gary B bluffing with the best of it here.
4 calls. 6 folds.
William Eisenberg says Xander 14-1 is a lock. That is one of the golfers I bet. Yes. Along with I think I took Shoffley.
10 checks.
Actually, I can tell you right now. I can look it up.
Miles praying that there's a 9 out there.
4 bets, 175.
I took Justin Thomas, Morikawa,
10 folds.
Shoffley, and Zalatoris.
And is that right? Does Gary only have 168?
Yeah.
1 calls for less. Less would be what? 143.
Well, either way.
I think that's going to do it for Gary V tonight, it looks like.
No, Gary will be fine.
One's gonna take a dinner break.
Oh, look at that. Gary's going to take a short dinner break here.
Okay.
Wow, look at this guy.
By the way, when it says, yeah. That's right.
Big money guy.
That's right, baby. All $25 bets. All right, Buddha, my feet are starting to hurt. Can you play a hand and let me sit down, please?
I've been enjoying my seat.
Are you?
Over here. Yeah, absolutely.
That's great.
It's so nice not to be standing up, knowing I picked the right horse.
Yeah, you picked Gary. It was an easy decision, I thought.
I'm surprised you didn't take John, honestly.
I thought about it, but you know, Buddha's my guy. You got to stick with your guy, man.
2 makes it 40.
Buddha Claus, that's what I call him.
4 folds.
Comes in and hands us all goodies. I'm telling
5
you,
folds.
those goodies really help you sleep. Let me tell you.
6 calls. 7 folds. 8 makes it
Uh-oh,
400.
uh-oh. We got a Zach alert. Zach alert.
10 folds.
What is going on here?
What do you think?
2
The man
folds.
just...
6 folds.
Did Zach just win a pot?
Thank you, dealer. Thank you.
Uh-oh, we're getting word that we're going to be taking another break here, a dinner break
Monstro.
Hey, stand up. You guys aren't allowed to lean over.
here momentarily.
Don't lean it on there,
I don't want to
Ray.
hear shit from you, you whiner about the 25
Yo,
for
is
50
it too late
pounds.
to go to fridge?
Some updated chip counts there. Miles and John, the big winners so far.
That 2500 cost me 1800 with the pocket twos.
Oh, you gotta get Lingy went all in with deuces.
Wow. That, what you gotta do, that was a good bet.
with it?
That was a great bet with the twos on.
Shit, $1,700.
That was a great bet.
Wish I had bigger balls. Great balls. If it had been somebody else, you call it.
Nine was snapping with nine.
4 folds.
Yeah, I snapped with ace
Five
queen. You went in for
Damn it.
1,000. You fucking nuts.
6
The king
folds,
scored.
7 folds.
What'd you call with ace queen? How much?
He had 1,000. 1,000 call with ace queen.
9 folds.
You can start folding fucking ace
10
queen.
calls.
90.
Pocket two shots.
2 makes it 90.
John W calls with Jack 4 offsuit, only for
Come on, John.
Beat this.
Yake the shooter. And Yake pleading with John says, "Please let me win."
Don't take all of his money, just
Oh, no!
no!
What a terrible flop.
75.
2 bets 75.
What a terrible flop for the Yake show.
Yake's
Oh,
gonna be thinking
no.
he's very comfortably ahead here
spend 900 just trying to win.
on that
Ain't doing that again.
innocuous turn.
I don't mind standing.
I think you'll see Yake continue to bet here for value.
This game ain't
I just don't like to lose.
In the stand-up game, everybody's ranges are a lot wider. John
2 makes it 125.
Buck and a quarter.
most likely isn't going to be putting.
Oh, don't let him off the hook.
10 makes
No,
it
what are you
315.
doing? John, letting him off the hook here.
I don't think Yake's going to fold. He's not
Oh,
going
he
to.
doesn't.
Calls.
The problem is Yake just has flopped so well for a stand-up game hand. And this is, again, just a complete brick in the eyes of Yake.
10 makes it 300. 2 calls.
Jack 4 offsuit.
Pure bluff catcher.
Wow.
You got it. Someone got it.
Yeah, Yake getting just awfully unlucky there.
Button's good now.
Just happens to flop top
Can I get some, put 'em on blues?
on a pretty dry board.
Blues.
Oh, I should check that.
I'm saying.
She's at the back machine.
We got no miles out.
Interesting. I come to sit at the table behind me.
Told you he was mine.
About a half hour later,
out of the
she's about
slums.
18 grand. People just tripping over themselves to give her money. I mean, it's a pretty.
So for the tournament tonight, we had 4 full tables for that, by the way. 4 full tables. So
That's awesome.
five tables going here at the reserve. 4 tournament, this 1 cash game.
Flat tire.
All dealers are working right now. That's good.
What's a jack for? Called the thing around my hoop.
Uh-oh. Look at your man picking up here.
Here we go, Buddha. Let's go.
4 folds. Thank you.
Buddha with the queens, all in. There it is. There it is. I'm going to go ahead and
Oh
it's
my
not over
God.
yet,
7 folds.
Aces.
but no.
9
John
Aces for John.
John W.
Aces for
Get
John.
through, baby. Come on. Oh, no.
Oh my God.
No.
You might not I'm sitting down now.
Kings for the Yake show.
10 folds.
No.
I step back up. I got another guy in.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Oh
no.
my God.
And his,
What a cooler.
and his suits are covered.
And a queen
Oh,
was
my
folded.
God. Queen of clubs in the window.
Queen was folded. I think queen of clubs was folded.
All right, all right.
There you go, Buddha. Do the prepay. Prepay.
Yeah, do the prepay, Buddha. It's okay. Ugh. It's going to come down to Buddha and Garrett?
Who's all in for
I will say that Yake Show has just been running into it tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah, 1 outer.
Good luck.
This will be like an 8, 9, 10 jack board.
Yeah.
Run it more than once, huh?
Yake has shown a lot of heart in this
Wow.
game for sure.
Either 1 through 3.
I do like Buddha's 1 or 3 bet.
You want it? Like, I don't care. I like whatever you want.
Yeah, let's run it 3 times.
Only for the first board for the.
What? If you guys chop, no one puts down.
Oh.
But if
Well,
you said
3
you're
times there's no chop.
That's a good point.
3 times guarantees one of us is going to win something.
That's a good point.
I'm good with that.
Go
3
twice.
times. 3 times.
Not
Three?
once, not two,
Three.
but 3 times.
3 boards.
We're gonna hit the queen.
It is?
We're gonna hit the queen.
Wasn't two.
Here it comes. Queen of diamonds!
Do I take that board out?
Oh.
All right, I'm sitting down. All right.
I cannot believe that. No.
No, that was the first board. That was a sit-down board.
No. They're doing 3.
Right, but that was a sit-down board.
I think they said whoever wins 2 of the 3 boards is sitting down.
Well, that doesn't make.
Oh, just first board.
Oh,
What
let's
the-
go.
You cost me a beer, Jim.
One more queen in there.
That is
this will be
that
the
is so sick.
this will be the 7-8-9 flop
I mean,
or
that is
something crazy like
just
that.
disgusting.
Kings are gonna win the 2/3 of the pot.
Oh man, that is amazing.
Good thing you did that. You would've got
It's a good time to go 3
That
times.
is gross.
Queen of
Oh.
diamonds.
I feel bad for Yake, man.
Yeah, wash that deck.
Yeah, I feel bad for him scooping up 2/3 of the pot here.
A queen was folded. He's got king versus
Yeah.
queens. He's got
That is
Buddha drawing
got
to
a-
like 10%.
I mean, I get it, but also they ran it 3 times, so 15 cards are going to be out of that deck.
Oh, they should have run it one time. Oh,
If they run it once, oh,
We won 5 times.
should have won 5 times. He says.
At least you got to sit down, Buddha.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so the reason why there isn't very many players at the table is they ordered food and the food came late.
looks like they're gonna take a break here, just a short one.
Yep, so that's what you see K9 eating there. So while they take a break, I don't know if we're taking a break. I think we are.
I think we're gonna take like
Just a quick 5-minute, 10-minute break here. Come on back. Come on back here in about 10 minutes, and we will be back on air. All right, so you guys see you soon.
Need some greens, guys.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
The players are
They done eating?
done eating,
Nice.
ready to continue the action. We are in the middle of the stand-up game here.
Which, by the way, Buddha won. Or Buddha did not lose. Let's
He
put it
didn't
that
win.
way.
Yeah, he didn't lose.
6.
Getting out of his car.
I used to do
Means
quite
that
However,
Tim does not owe me a drink. However, there are 3 players
How-
still.
however, I am known to buy a few rounds, so that doesn't matter if I win or lose. You know, with all this FanDuel and DraftKings money I got rolling around,
Oh my God!
you know, we just need the Dallas Stars
Come on,
and
Dallas.
the New Mexico State Aggies or whatever, New Mexico Aggies. To oh wait, are they the Lobos? Hold on, I don't know. The Lobos. Sorry. Kings for Garrett. Kings for Garrett.
Garrett's gonna take it
And
down.
the win.
Wow.
Uh-oh. K9 is one of the people standing. K9, one of the people standing up.
On the way here, I had like 3, and I had to get one out because you're so strong.
Good luck, boys.
Made my nose run.
And then there were 2.
And then there were 2.
Just I know I had $25 back out of 700.
Refund.
Blasted off 2,000.
Rebate.
You weren't even standing. You were sitting.
fucking standing. What? That hand that I shoved on you?
Both of y'all. You're not even standing.
I thought you were standing. I thought you were standing.
Oh.
I didn't even pay attention.
Gary B
You were
is
sitting down,
back,
so I know you're stronger.
and he's reloaded.
I would have done that if you were sitting.
Gonna go ahead and shoot it up here.
Fold.
I just
5. Fold. 6.
Oh, excuse me.
Raise it to 50.
Gary was in the
K9
blind.
with K9 with a real hand here.
8 fold.
Over to the button, and John's gonna make the call. Gary
With the Woodhaven nuts.
thinking about it.
50.
Not one to fold. And what about the Yake show?
1 calls 50.
9-7 offsuit.
Cards in the box.
Gary.
Cards in the box, man.
3.
Gary with queen 3.
Yake Show gonna get in there with 9-7 offsuit.
Calls 50.
headgear on you guys.
Scott will get in there as well. 5 ways.
Top 2 for K9.
2-1.
Uh-oh, Yake show looking like he might lose this one.
3.
Wait till you get to the middle.
Checks.
Oh, I'm there.
6.
Makes the teeth hurt a little bit.
250.
That's 250.
250.
9. Fold. 1.
Uh-oh. A queen here.
Gary B's got a piece.
Uh-oh.
He's not gonna just give it to him.
3. Fold.
Gary B needs running cards here.
1. Check.
Scott had 3-4 in this hand.
6. That's 600.
And K9 now comfortably betting for value.
One, two, three.
K9 covers Gary B in the sand.
You still want to see you?
Yep.
One raises.
Oh, K9 the snap call, and Gary B gonna be drawn
I
dead.
didn't see all those purples for Gary B. Our number
Gary
our
B gonna be drawn dead here.
counter's a little off.
Nine of hearts on the river.
Wow, and K9 gets a full double here. And he gets to sit down, which means that Yake Show
Yake show. And the Yake Show paying out a quarter to everybody.
How do I have to compare that?
Figure pound.
Thank you. Thank you for doing business with you, sir.
I'm glad he went for it. Gave him some hope.
Yeah, he did.
I was hoping he'd go for it. I just was like, I hope he didn't pick up a heart near the 9 of hearts. Fuck.
When he announces I'm
Ace
drunk.
queen?
Almost Omaha time. Gotta be, right?
I love Omaha.
I gave away $4 grand that game.
You got 25 back.
I love the stand-up game, baby! I love it! That game in the last hour and a half was more action than we've had this whole fucking night, boys.
Yes, yes, it was.
That was great. That was fucking
Fold.
fabulous.
Seven.
Stack went up, and it
Fold.
went down, and it went up.
8.
Wanna run it back?
Raise the
One more
third.
time before end of the stream.
9 fold.
That was.
1.
Some absolute sickos.
Yeah, they're
Some
playing.
absolute
I'm
sickos.
not.
That's how we did last time.
Calls 30. 2. Call.
We are now back to normal
3.
hold'em.
Normal hold'em.
Normal hold'em.
Is there such thing as normal hold'em here at the reserve?
Raises it to 130.
Looks like Scott's going to continue
4.
the aggressive trend.
Fold.
The stand-up game established.
I'm just kidding.
Folds. 1. 130. Calls. 2 folds.
An all-spade flop.
3.
Neither player with a spade.
Yeah, I just don't.
Gary B with a gutter.
Like I raised earlier, he's got kings. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's a decent hand.
3's all in.
Oh, Scott.
All in with the jacks here.
Gonna go
Snap
ahead
shove.
and rip it.
I got 1,000 for C2 wins.
And shove his.
1,000 for C2.
Surprising. And yet also not surprising. Scott looking to just take it down right there.
Okay.
Miles over there complaining about hands and makes fucking 4,000 in the stand-up game.
I'll do it, man. I'll do it. I went a hand for 2.5 hours.
C2's got 1,000 behind you.
Plus, it's good. It's fun to watch.
Still the best hand I've got. I got 5.
Stand-up game's fun to watch on stream.
C6.
Dan's going to get us going with this one here.
Fold. 7.
Garrett with
Sit down.
a pair of 8s.
Raises to 35.
Players like Gary and John
Eight.
can make those stand-up slides going down.
I'm gonna try to do that when he's sitting down.
Yeah, you got to pay attention. Don't do that to the guys already sitting
9
down,
tails.
Gary.
Calls. 1.
Yeah. You guys already sitting down.
Brevin, you're asking who the biggest winner is right now. I think it might be John W.
3 folds.
John W.
John W. and I think it's
Miles.
Miles. John W. Miles.
I mean, you gotta pay attention when you play poker.
Sometimes
5 calls. 125.
I pay attention a lot. Doesn't even know what I'm doing.
7 calls.
Just in
9
in
calls.
your neck, you feel me, thanks. You sold a lot of things. That's what John doesn't even know what time of day it is, right? He calls every hand. He calls everything.
You be surprised with John.
Well, John's got.
I'll do it.
5 check.
Got a 9 here for John. Open-ended for Gary.
7.
You want green? Yeah, I'll green a fast
Check.
John's
9.
got 75 years experience.
That's 100.
Thank you.
And that amount next to Gary B's name is incorrect.
1 raises to 200.
Yeah,
Five
yeah.
folds.
Gary B probably added on for another
Seven.
another 1,000 or so.
9. Calls 200. Nine. Check. 1. Check.
Check on the turn here. River pairs the 6. I think that turn is a deuce.
9 check. 1.
Action on Gary B here. Arriving at the river with nothing. He's going to have to make a move to win the pot, but John W. will not be folding.
I keep trying to bluff him, man. Is this gonna work or not?
Is this going to work or not?
This is gonna work.
530.
1 bet 635.
635.
You put more in?
So loud. Put your side on.
No.
Oh,
what?
gets through.
Show the bluff. Show it. Show.
He always calls me. That's the last time I bluffed.
Got through.
I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised.
Me too.
John W.
Mr. Call Station John W. did not call.
Folded a 9 and a good 9 at that.
40,000.
There you go.
We don't know that.
Gary B finally gets one through, man. I
Right.
feel like, besides that one we saw against the 3-seat earlier, he just has not been able to get many of them through.
7 calls.
See, if I talk like that and I'm bluffing,
Call.
they snap me.
9. Raises to 40. 1.
Kings for John W. now.
And Gary B with a very
Call.
playable 5-4
2
suited.
folds. 3. 3 folds. 4 folds. Blue.
Oh, blue, yeah, yeah, yeah.
5 folds. 6 calls. 7 calls. 8 calls.
And look at Zach limp calling with the King 7 suited.
Here we go. 5 ways to the flop. John can't feel comfortable with kings. Never mind.
King
Actually, that's still not that great of a flop for. I mean, it is a good flop for kings. Definitely flopping top side. However, K9 with Jack 10 here. And wow, Zach's gonna lead out.
8 bets 45.
And into a field of
Nine
5. I like
Oh.
I like a raise here.
There's the raise.
6.
K9 here now with a real decision. It's only 160 to call.
K9 and John are uber deep. K9's obviously drawing to the nuts.
Calls 160. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Zach makes a good fold.
K9 picks up
6 check.
what he could think is more outs now.
9 check.
Wow. All right, kings full here.
I think if John's going to bet here, he's going to want to go fairly small.
Yeah, he might throw out 200.
Yeah, look to get called by a
Nope,
marginal
350.
hand, induce any bluffs,
9 bets
350.
350.
or a 9 to raise. The unfortunate part from K9's perspective is that John just can't really have any bluffs. 6, 7. If we assume that John would even raise the flop into a field of 4.
Six fold.
K9 lays it down.
Coming in, Brian.
Same thing. Same thing. That 9 cost you some money.
Surprised to see John check the turn there.
That 9 don't.
Would have liked to bet. The Jack is going to pair a lot of drawing hands.
No, good
Jack
check,
10,
because
Queen Jack.
that was getting you paid, and then the 9 period.
Could make some
that
2
wasn't
pairs.
getting you paid.
Jack 9
The 9 period wasn't getting you paid.
and King Jack.
Two of them.
I did not have a king.
But John W., as we've seen him do many a time tonight, is going to scoop up another pot. I feel like this man is just kind of steamrolling his way through. It helps when you're running good, too.
John answered the question very quickly.
Action on 8 for 10.
I was
Folds,
putting you on aces, but same thing. Same result.
It has a better kicker.
The nine saved me.
9 calls, 1.
Heel in the wind now.
Raises 35.
Here we go.
The nine saved
We got a high card for Gary B.
Yeah, Gary B always trying to put the raise in no matter what here.
Any card higher than a deuce is eligible.
Sometimes it doesn't even. It could be deuce 3. That's about it. That's just.
Could be the
I love it.
Joker.
Folds.
I love it.
7. Calls 35.
Sometimes feels like Gary should only be allowed to have 1 card.
Even then, he's a favorite against me.
3 players, 17 first.
I was just trying to see where I was at.
Trips for Garrett here.
Check.
Nothing for John or Gary.
1. Bets 80. 7. Calls 80.
I like this continue from Gary. This is a pretty dry board for the most part.
Heads up.
Sure, a 6, maybe some small pairs, and clubs are going to continue, but
And Gary picking up a 4 on the turn here.
Bets 150.
look at this from Garrett. This is interesting.
Checks 1.
Curry needed.
Checks.
Check, check goes the river, and Garrett's going to take down a little pot. Garrett's been steadily chipping up throughout the session, being on the winning end of a pretty big cooler against John W.
Yeah, queens over the kings.
Earlier.
Queens over the kings.
If I would have checked that, I would have lost my money. He leads after.
So do you know much about Zach?
I know nothing about Zach, actually. So I learned that he is from the Ann Arbor area, or lives up there. Well, now he plays at a room up there called Roundtree.
Okay.
Roundtree is a kind of a it's a poker room, but it's a bingo hall. Put it that way. It's a lot of crazy action up there. People that don't have any real like meaning of money, throwing around there. So. But yeah, they don't have any care in the world about losing $500, $600, $700 a hand. So
Yeah, we were chatting to him a little bit out there. The interesting thing, and I think you kind of have to respect about his game, is he's got a plan, and he's determined to execute on it.
Yeah, when I
Doesn't
mentioned
really matter about what other people's perceptions of it are.
when I mentioned about Joe, joking with him on when we were on break about playing hands, he said he likes to keep his VPIP around the 20-25% range.
5 players.
Um,
6 is first.
So I said he should probably double the hands he's playing,
Check.
just to try to get there.
Hey, when you're playing in a crazy game like this,
Bet 65.
can't blame him for wanting to look for premiums.
Oh, for sure.
Calls. 2 folds. 6.
K9 sharing the spades with John W. here.
Call 65.
Could get bloody if a spade were to rip off here. For a multitude of reasons, Gary would pick up the nut flush draw. Well, now K9 is open-ended to go along with this flush draw. This is interesting because this is the first time we've really seen John W. bet a draw tonight. He's been much more apt to just kind of check call.
Yeah, he definitely is the check call type of guy.
Gary V correctly continuing here.
He's gonna
Calls.
call,
6.
and I think K9 is gonna call also here.
See, for K9, I actually like putting in a raise here,
And there it is.
which he's going to do. The reason why is because if you're going to have some good hands that you want to raise with, you're also going to want to have some non-made hands, and 9-8 suited, open-ended with a flush draw is a great candidate to do so with.
Avia Levine says Zach is a very sweet boy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think he's a great kid. And he seems very nice. I just
Wow, look at John W. Continuing with dry spades. And he's actually winning this hand right now with queen high.
no, Gary has a deuce.
Gary folded.
Gary folded. So he's winning the hand right now with queen high. That looks like a king.
That's a red king on the river.
6 bets 1,500.
Wow, K9 going with 2x pot here.
Oh, that's a jack.
Oh, excuse me. The
Not that
graphic
it
was
helps
just
anything. It doesn't matter. It's still no draw got there. 1,500.
The graphic is catching up. K9
John-
actually went with
John
about
is-
75%.
I was about to say John is thinking, and then now he folds.
Some good aggression there from K9. Manufacturing a big one there with 9 high.
We have some Zach fans in here. Avia and Joey are on Team Zach.
Straddle, 15 restraddle. He did. Action on 2 for 15. Folds. 3.
Scott with a suited ace here.
Raise or call 15. 4 folds. 5. Fold 6. Fold 7. Fold 8.
Just spades on it.
Call 9. Call
John W is going to complete. Now over to Gary B. Gonna shoot it up
120 total bet.
with a king.
3 calls.
If Gary B ever picks up any type of run, if he picks up a session where he gets aces, kings, queens, stuff like that, even just like 9-8 suited, 10 jack suited. I mean, these are the hands that he raises with. King 6 offsuit. If he ever picks up these good hands, it's over with. You never look at this. Jesus, flop.
Extremely aggro. Very unlucky for him here that
1 bets 80.
Scott has next to nothing. Scott's going to go ahead and peel here. He does that back door. Hearts working. He's got an overcard in the ace. That's a pretty unfortunate turn card for Gary in this instance, in the sense that it gives no
275.
additional equity to Scott.
3.
Can we get some oil on that door?
Scott's giving him the Chancellor Palpatine look here.
Folds.
Gives him just an uncomfortable stare, and then he folds. Gary gonna take one down. And unfortunately tonight for Gary, you know, just seems like Gary's been picking up the small to medium pots and losing the big ones, you know?
Yeah.
Which is how it goes some nights when you play a particularly aggressive style like Gary does.
So much action in stand-up game, now it's kind of slowing down. Stand-up game's great.
You are right. It has slowed down.
These players like Gary and John sit down and
Action on
they
2
make
for
standing up
10.
players' lives living hell. That's why I like it.
2
I
folds.
like to sit down early.
3
and
folds. 4.
everyone's like, God damn it.
On
I
Miles folds.
5.
know you're
Now
right.
action's
Buddha.
on Buddha.
9-10
Folds.
folds.
6 folds. 7. Calls 10. 8.
John won a big power jack.
Zach picking up ace king.
8 raises.
60.
Full bet. 9. 9 folds. 1.
The old 6x bet here.
6. 1 calls. 7.
He gets an interloper and Gary, and
Well, we know Gary was calling. There was no doubt about that.
Garrett defends the button.
3 players. 8 seats first.
And that is a Gary flop. If I, you know, there's going to be a continuation bet here by Zach.
Bet 65. 1.
Zach uses a very traditional sizing of
Folds.
65. Part of the benefit of Zach playing
7.
as snug as he has is that he gets a little bit more credit than some of the other players do. In this instance, Garrett is going to try to defend his 7s in an aggressive manner.
Seat 8 wants to add 500.
And what I mean by that last comment is that I think against a lot of other players, Gary, as we've seen him do, would have maybe tried to float there. Nothing but an overcard and a backdoor straight draw. But against Zach, he's going to go ahead and just shut it down pretty quickly.
Joey in our chat says 6x because I mentioned that 6x there from the small blind. He goes 60 is a fine raise from the small blind. I don't disagree that 60 is okay there. However, no matter what you raise there, you're going to get called. So I don't know why you should be piling a bunch of money in preflop, I guess you would say, especially at this table. That's a bunch of bunch of people that are going to call. You do have Gary behind you that's calling, and Garrett with the pocket pairs calling. I don't know. Max, what do you think about a check by Zach on that board?
Fold. Seat 9.
I think
I'm still down. Like,
checking can be fine. I mean, that's a pretty connected board. There's going to be a lot of continues on it, especially by somebody as loose as Gary. And
I'm going way back to like 15 years ago.
1 makes it
with
130.
Garrett being in position.
2 folds.
That being said, that's also a good board for what you're trying to say you have in the overpairs.
You used to play the 2-2-5?
9 calls.
Personally, with most everything, when it comes to no limit hold'em, I like a mixed strategy. Sometimes you'll check, sometimes you'll bet.
Shauna's watching with us. Shauna, how are you? Up past your bedtime, I see.
9 checks. 1. Checks.
And Gary V now looking to spike one of those 9s.
Shauna, are you up past your bedtime, or are you currently playing poker at a place in Michigan over the line?
That's 225.
Gary V gonna put in a healthy bet here.
Nine. Checks. One.
Let's go to check.
I don't think a bluff will work this time.
Check.
Gary V's just going to go ahead and give it up this time.
Flush draw straight draw.
Money gets moved over to John W. as we've seen it do plenty of these times before. And while he scoops it up, and Brian gets us going for the next one, we're going to check in with Tim and his sports bets.
So far, Sacramento Kings is where we're at, baby. That's what we're looking at.
10
Up by 4. Plus 2.5.
That'll work.
I'm playing good quality cards, and I expect to win this year. And I'm picking nothing but winners. All right, that's what I do.
Tim.
Crab cakes and football. That is what.
Ryan invited me out to the Hollywood Casino poker game.
4 folds for 10. 5.
The reason I started playing Hold'em again because just having fun with those guys.
5 folds. 6 folds.
Ryan invited you where?
K9 telling the origin story of how he got involved in Toledo poker. Ryan Ingram
9 calls.
Mr. Ingram.
invited him to the game that we all played in at Hollywood.
1 call.
Mr. Ingram. What a guy. Known him for a while. Really good guy. Also a very, very, very good Settlers player.
Of Catan?
Yes.
I feel like he's told me that.
As in like I don't want to invite him to the game because he will win.
Action on 1.
Queen, Queen A here. Trips for Garrett.
Checks. 3.
And I feel like this is the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Garrett flop trips. Some of these big hands.
That's 20. 7.
Dallas Stars, baby. Let's go. Tie it up.
7 calls.
Did you have him to win?
Well, yeah.
No. Well,
Either way.
hey, can't win unless you tie it up first.
That's true.
9. Calls. 1.
When you're playing from behind, I guess.
No. Settlers. We need to play. For sure.
Folds. 2 folds.
We could definitely play. I don't know if I want to play any of you guys for money. You'd probably kick my
Well,
A double snakes for sure.
who knows? I might go with like a no wheat strategy or something.
How about quads for Garrett here?
Just quads. No big deal.
7.
I
The only
guess.
problem with him having quads right here is that the other 3 players have pocket pairs below the 8. So even if they think he just has an 8, he's good.
Calls. 9 folds.
7 cards, stud, deuces, wild.
In a casino.
Yeah, casino. Round
3 folds.
limit Hold'em, deuces, wild.
Heads up.
7 cards, stud, deuces, wild. Raz.
Ooh, that is a good card for Garrett, I think.
They played it. Limit Hold'em, high, low.
Unfortunately here, he may get called to hope to chop the pot.
325.
Tough spot here for Zach.
Yeah, in a weird way, this river card is frustrating to Zach because it makes him want to call more, obviously. Whereas against a bet of this size on a deuce, a 7, any cards lower than the 8, he might more easily fold. But
And a call. Quads.
Quad, sir?
Just quads, sir.
just quads. The first misstep we've seen from Zach all night. Just the victim of an unfortunate run out. Garrett's going to go ahead and take it down.
Started getting really stinky down
We're just doing a random bomb
the
pot?
side of the table.
Huh?
You gotta be patient, man. Just gotta be patient.
Some of the players are
I got to do it with his hat now.
How big was your pair?
looking for a bomb pot here.
I've learned that I'm going to sit out all bomb pots going forward.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Like 10, 6.
I had a pocket freeze, but that was the end of the year off.
Huh?
As soon as,
Yeah,
as soon as I got called, my 20 got
Just getting some
called.
confirmation that the bomb pot is good to go. Sounds like it is. Some of the players are really pushing for a PLO game. It wouldn't surprise me if after the game, after the live stream, rather the game switches to a round by round potentially.
Well, that's interesting. I don't have anything going on later.
Got some try. Let's see how well the bets do. Then
Well,
we,
I can
we might
promise
have
you.
a buy-in.
I can promise you, a couple of them are not doing very well. Fresno State has taken it to New Mexico, and it's not looking promising on my. Oh, Dallas Stars just tied it up again.
How many
That was 3 goals in 48 seconds.
Is it ace of spades?
You fuck one up?
I didn't see it.
Did you see it?
I didn't see anything.
Okay.
Unless it's the ace of spades, yeah, it's probably giving you a card.
Can't be the ace of spades.
Action on 2.
That's true.
Checks. 3.
Check.
Checks. 4. Checks. 6.
Check.
Check.
All right, so what do we have here? We have the flop the nuts for
1.
the Yake show with the top and bottom pair. We have a club draw for Scott. Let's see. Gary B here has ace king queen with the king queen of club or king 8 of clubs here. So he flops the second nut club draw on the bottom, and he also flops 2 pair and a gut shot on the top. Unfortunately, he'll be drawn to the case jack to hit that straight.
4 folds. 6 folds. 7
We're coming around them around here. Zach has Jack 8 of spades for the top board and just Jack 8 down low, but he does have a gutter to the 6. And wow, if you look at John W's hand, he flops spade draw on top and then flops a complete wrap on the bottom there.
8 folds. 9
And
folds.
John just folds. Wow,
Instamucks.
insta-mucks there. I would have to give that one a little look. That is one I'd have to give a look to there.
Gary B is just going to rip it in here.
Yeah, and
Gary B's going to be looking to chop.
2 calls.
yeah, Gary B's gonna be looking to chop. He is definitely, he's definitely behind for sure.
He's got some scoop opportunities here.
Let's see what we got here.
Oh,
Can we get the camera angle here? 10 and the 6 of spades. The 10 really helps him though. There's the nuts for him on one board.
Oh, and he's
he
going to
can
scoop.
He's gonna scoop with the ace
Oh
queen.
my
He's gonna
God,
scoop the
what a
whole
run
pot.
out.
What a sick run out. Nuts on the bottom board and nuts on the top board with his
Oh
ace
my
queen.
That is disgusting.
That is brutal. Wow, what a
Wow,
what
what
a
a-
hand.
Wow, the gin
Wow.
run out. And man,
Wow.
I can't help but feel bad for Yake here, man. Yake has played with some heart. Guy's been aggressive.
Wow. Just a sick cooler here for the Yake.
Man, he just can't hold in those bomb pots.
Right on the turn, boy, gotta play. Not very hard.
Wow.
Brian dealing some pepper there, for sure.
The Sacramento Kings are about to be tied, and I always lose the games in overtime.
Just your luck.
Yeah, I mean,
They heard you bragging about your bet over here.
Yeah, baby. I pick nothing but winners. I don't care.
John Moran, he's tuned into the live stream. He knows.
John Morant. I wish John Morant would tune in the live stream. That'd be sweet. We already had Chris Moneymaker in it. Might as well get Ja.
I think everybody knows who John is.
I feel like Brian's beard's a lot thicker than it used to be.
Who? Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going for that homeless look.
One time.
He's gonna grow out the beard. I'm gonna grow out the mullet. We're
I know.
good.
You're gonna grow a mullet?
Listen, you weren't here for that. That's right.
I wasn't here for it.
I'm trying to. So I told my daughter I'm gonna pick her up on the last day of school this year with a mullet. In my Air Monarchs with the long white socks, jean shorts, and an American flag tank top.
Now that
I told him he had to grow some balls.
that's good.
Rubbing it in. Bluffed him off some deuces, didn't have anything.
Action on the
Pulling his
five.
pants down, his spanky.
We talked about this
Uh-oh.
Buzzer beater.
a week or two ago.
Let's go. Let's go. That's for Hondo.
6.
That's how I make my money. I have to win
You
in
heard it here
sports.
first, guys.
I have to make my money this way.
Tim's $100 richer. Come get it.
Yeah, no, I lost yesterday, sir. You missed that.
1.
Tim's got $100. Let's get a 1-2 game going.
Yeah. I can make it a 2-5. I want a short buy.
5. 2. Folds. 3. Folds. 4.
And off the back of that brutal cooler for Yake.
Calls.
Any two,
5
huh?
calls.
No, it's not any two.
Gary B back into it.
I'm gonna play mine too. Oh, but when he's closing that
Oh.
Action on 4. Checks.
So Miles is gonna.
7. Bet 60.
Miles is gonna flop middle pair here with a gut shot.
Folds. 1. Calls. 4.
Never one to give up on a pot.
4
Gary
calls. 5.
is coming along for the ride.
Queen on the turn.
Checks. 7. Bets 10.
Well, that's interesting.
1 calls. 4.
Did he bet 10? $10.
$10 is
Okay.
correct.
Okay. I like it.
Gary is still just floating. Absolutely nothing.
2 pair for Miles now.
Bets 50.
Miles is going to try to block here. What I mean by block is Miles is trying to bet a small enough amount that he might get called by worse. And if he is up against better, so just 10-9, Queen 10, Queen 9, etc., he doesn't have to face a larger bet.
1 folds.
Gary's going to abort the plan.
Alright, fellas, that's my time.
Miles is going to scoop a nice one.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thanks, man. It is quarter after 11.
Quarter after 11.
Before we close shit.
I'm kind of slumped from the food. Bomb pot and then the stand-up game? Yeah. We just did the bomb pot. Oh, you guys did a bomb pot?
What? I don't know if they're doing everyone or not.
Every other.
The players devoured some Wingstop earlier, and then
Did they?
you heard a couple mention that they're a little sleepy afterward.
I understand. I'm a little sleepy myself, and I just need to eat something myself.
Oh yeah,
I mean, I could skip a few meals and be okay, but
you gotta skip on down to Waffle House.
no, that is hillbilly hibachi. That's what that is.
You don't like Waffle House?
I'm not saying I don't like Waffle House. I'm just saying Waffle House is hillbilly hibachi.
Hillbilly hibachi.
That's what that is.
That's hilarious. Hillbilly hibachi.
It's pretty much what it is.
Actions
I
on.
love Waffle House.
Folds.
Well,
8 folds.
I do like Mongolian barbecue
9
though.
calls.
I mean, that's basically
Yeah,
Waffle House.
Yeah, I mean, just way better. Like Blue Pacific out there at Levis Commons. I don't know any. I know somebody that lives out that way,
That's right.
but that happens to be my favorite
All
restaurant.
moved in, baby.
All moved in and comfy.
All moved in. Actually, the last thing I have to get moved in is the TV for the living room.
Okay,
5
Besides that, man, we're all set up.
nice,
9
Got an absolute spot.
3 players.
nice.
It's got a nice view of the downtown area and everything. I'm excited.
5 checks. 9 checks. 1 checks. 5
Checks around here. Nobody really with anything.
9 checks.
Even a flush draw for somebody to hang their hat to. And
1 bets 110.
in a competition,
5 folds. 9 folds.
of pure grit and determination for a pot. Nobody will best Gary B.
I'll play it.
You done?
It's only $200. What,
It's not even a half hour left.
Might not get done with it.
45 minutes. 45 minutes.
Nice to get done with it.
45 minutes.
Don't keep the stream
Buddha.
going until it ends.
Almost begging for an out here.
I'm in it.
I'm in. Let's play it, boys. 50?
50.
Everybody doesn't have to play. If you don't want to play, just don't play. Everybody else can.
Yeah, if you don't want to play, if you want to be party pooper, if
Uh,
you want to be a fucking
You don't
party
need my
pooper.
extra 25 bucks.
I'm in the Buddha boat.
Oh, man.
Whoever wants to play, stand up and play. Stop
You
anybody.
want to do 7 deuce?
7 deuce game? We can, everybody down with 7 deuce game?
7 deuce.
Yeah.
Last hour.
Yeah, last hour. 7 deuce for last hour?
7.
The players looking to get the Deuce 7 game on here.
Right.
For someone to win the 7 deuce game, it'd be John.
No, because 9 races to 25.
Are we playing it or no?
Garrett and Zach calling an early, just limping an early position. John W.
You don't have to play it. You don't have to play it. Yeah, I'll play it.
Gonna just kind
I'm
of
not looking at my
click it back.
7 deuce?
$50.
7 deuce?
Who's all in it? I'll gamble.
I'm in it.
I'll play.
I'll play.
What are we doing? 50 and then
Somebody wins a 7 deuce.
No,
Pays double. You pay him 50
We
bucks.
went 7 deuce.
right, but last person pays double.
so the Lions' hopes ride on Baker Mayfield this week, huh?
Yeah.
If Baker Mayfield's got to beat Seattle for the Lions to make the playoffs,
Gotta win the hand.
yeah.
Does it have to be the worst?
Then the Lions have to beat the
No,
the Packers.
the table, I'll do it if you have no
That ain't happening, buddy.
What, Baker Mayfield actually winning the game, or
No, the Lions beating the Packers.
one call.
well, that's rude to say and honest.
I haven't had 7 deuce all night.
How many people?
I've had it like 8 times. I had it one time.
Three calls.
Jim letting us know that he's putting $100 on the Lions to win the Super Bowl.
5 folds.
If you like that, Jim,
I'm in.
if you're interested in charity, I know
Yeah, I know two guys.
two guys back
Two
here.
guys
that are-
willing,
Call,
willing to accept it.
He's an out too.
You're out.
8 calls.
You're out.
I'm out.
3 out. 3 out.
Okay, you're right. Let's cut Tim out and let's give me 200. That'll work.
Yeah.
3 people.
It's 4 out.
Yeah,
7 players.
We're all out.
7 players. Deuce 7 game is on based on what I heard.
4 checks. 6 checks.
John says, go Zach, Team Roundtree, come play the bingo hall. You're guaranteed to win. We all suck and light money on fire. John, I've actually played up there a bunch back in the day, and it's been that way for years. That's how that room is. A lot of loose action.
9 folds.
But I kind of feel like you can find that anywhere in the state of Michigan right now. MGM,
1 folds.
MGM, all the charity rooms.
Yeah, for as much as you hear about the economy not being what it was, man, you wouldn't know it by the gambling.
2 folds. 4 calls. 6 folds.
Heads up.
Garrett and Miles sharing a 10.
4 checks. 7 bets. 125. 4 calls.
Miles is going to call.
I don't want all those reds.
I don't want all those breads.
10.
10 with a jack.
Oh, good.
Miles will show down the winner.
Can I get 600, please?
Scoop a pot. Looks like we're getting a $600 add-on here.
Joey and John in our chat on the YouTube over here. Yeah, if you guys ever want to do something along those lines and actually just play on the stream and bring have a group of guys, all you gotta do is talk to the management here, and I'm sure they'll try to accommodate you best they can. We do also stream our tournaments here. We stream 3 cash games a week here. This is our 2-5. We also stream 5-10 on Saturdays and a 5-5-10 PLO game on Thursdays.
Actions on seat 8. Folds. 9 calls. 1 raises.
Gary
to
B with the
75.
suited hand.
2 folds. 3 folds.
Thank you.
4 folds. 5 folds.
I don't have shit.
6 folds. 7 folds.
I don't have a suit. Nothing. 9 calls. Heads up.
John W will call.
Check in the dark.
What give you red?
Seat
Heads
9
up
checks
here,
in the
Gary
dark.
B.
1 bets 25.
Makes bottom pair.
Perfect. Did you look at your cards?
9 calls.
John W with a gutter. Gary B makes 2 pair. John W now open-ended.
9 checks. 1 bets 210.
We're buddies.
A little bit back.
Try. Probably do.
These two have been battling in the sandbox all night.
Oh,
that's
10 is going to
gross.
spell disaster here.
That is gross.
For being buddies, that sure wasn't very friend-like.
Here's the thing. I don't like this lead from John. I think Gary's going to be either bluffing a lot or he's going to be... He's either going to be bluffing a lot or betting a lot of worse value. So why not just let Gary bet? He probably would have gone even larger than John W. Might even consider raising him, given that it's Gary B.
Yeah.
But John opts to proceed in a different manner. Wins a couple $100 extra bucks.
Flops a gut shot. Calls.
Flops a good shot calls.
About a quarter.
Yeah, he didn't name it big enough. Huh?
And then he blames the other guy in the hand.
Yeah.
But we were buddies. Seat 9.
We're buddies.
He knew you got there and he paid you off anyway.
John W. he just enjoys playing. And it's as simple as that.
1 calls.
He enjoys playing. When you enjoy playing, you don't enjoy folding.
3 calls.
Alright, when you're playing for fun, it's much more fun to be in there
4 calls.
than it is to be a spectator.
5 folds. 6 calls. 7 raises.
God damn it.
Garrett gonna go ahead and shoot it up here. I think Zach is just about even for the night, maybe up a couple $100 bucks.
I don't think so. He's added on a couple of times, I think.
Oh, is he?
8
Yeah.
calls. 9 calls. 45 total. One raises to 180.
Let's see if I can get sucked out on again with the old, what is that, Jack Deuce offsuit?
3 folds, 4 folds.
I like it. Jack Deuce offsuit here. Strong hand. Strong hand.
Folds. 7 calls. 8 folds. 9 calls.
And John W. with ace-6 offsuit.
Wow.
He's going to get in there. Garrett
3 players.
defending his raise as well with the queen-8 suited. 3 premiums.
And John flopping the ace. Gary, though, with the gut shot.
1 check. 7 checks. Seat 9 bets 400.
Gary only hoping for a deuce or a jack now. That 3 no good anymore because they won't even chop the pot with John having the 6.
1 folds. 7 folds.
1 folds and 7 folds.
John W.
One up for you.
Just steamrolling the table right now.
Shows an ace.
I mean, ace 3 of diamonds.
No, a lot bigger ace than that.
We got them ace 3. Oh, there you go.
Jack 4 also is he saw, obviously.
No, I played that jack 4 off for K9.
That's right. And you
I played it for K9.
One big pot.
kept you standing.
Actions on C1. Folds. 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 raises to 25. 5 calls. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 calls. 9 calls.
John could have called that in the dark.
I looked.
4 players.
4 ways.
Check dark.
Seed 8 checks in the dark. 9 checks.
Oh.
Seed 4 bets 55.
Blue
5
folds.
folds. 8 folds. 9 raises to 110.
John W. just continues
4 folds.
to spike with marginal hands here. Jack 8 offsuit spikes top pair.
Jack.
Jack 6 suited.
Everybody makes fun of it.
As we wind down the night here, just want to
Sits here and collects the
thank
five.
everybody for tuning in tonight. The 2510 live stream here at the Reserve Poker Club in Toledo, Ohio. This is just one of 3 cash game live streams that we run every week. Tuesdays are the 2-5, often 2-5-10, no limit hold'em.
Just taking guess at it.
Thursdays are the 5-5, pot limit Omaha. On Saturdays
Let's check
are the
five,
5-10, no limit hold'em.
Actions on seat 2.
You just gotta have a complete
The stream's been
Folds.
nice value bet.
growing pretty consistently. Want to thank everybody for checking us out across YouTube and Facebook, sharing with friends and family.
3 calls.
It's been awesome. From what I wasn't
Hey,
here.
here's the Miles hand. The hand he's been waiting for all night long.
4 raises to 50.
I'm
5
gonna shoot
folds,
it up here.
6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds, 9 calls.
John W. with Ace King. Gonna elect just to call. Gary V's gonna call. This will invite Scott. John W. definitely could have elected to put in a raise there, but
3 calls.
he's gonna opt just to call. John and Miles are super deep here.
Queen 7-9.
It's on seat 9.
Gut shot there for Gary
Checks.
to the 8th.
1 check.
Scott with bottom pair.
And Miles still with the aces.
3 checks.
A lot of draws available on this board, particularly with 3 opponents.
4 bets 100.
Miles is going to continue.
Yeah, John, we do appreciate that. We do get a bunch of Michigan players down here, and we really love all the support that we get from the surrounding area, especially on the big tournaments that we have. We get a lot of people chiming in on the live stream like you guys are now, and I play a lot of poker around the area, including up in Michigan, MGM, Firekeepers, places like that. And if I'm wearing any of my reserve gear that I have, everybody's always asking about it. So we do appreciate all the support. And John's saying he went to the U of M in the Stone Age.
3 players.
Jack on the turn.
Jack on
Big
the-
card here.
Scott would have turned
Sorry, actions on
middle 2 pair.
You're good. I'm just looking at it now. Yes. 9 checks.
John checks over to Gary, who's now open-ended.
And this board getting worse and worse for Miles' aces.
This board is just getting awfully connected.
4 bets, 225.
Less than half pot here by Miles.
Yeah, very easy for somebody to have a hand that's better than what Miles has currently. His bet sizing is a reflection of that. Wow, look at John.
Seat 9 calls.
Yeah, I mean 225 to try to hit this gut shot, and he may think that an ace or king is good here, even though we both know that Gary does have the open under.
Gary could conceivably try to squeeze here. Having a 10 blocks all the straights, obviously. He's only got 10 high as of right now. Just going to elect to...
No,
Oh,
Gary just
my.
the 10 with
Gary
the 10
smashes
6.
a 10.
And truly, this is his style of play. 10-6 offsuit's gonna crack aces
9
here.
checks.
Yeah, the tough part here is going to be getting paid. When Gary shoves this river, I mean, there's just absolutely nothing that Miles is beating. John W., even though he picks up a king, same deal. I think if Gary's going to bet, he's going to want to do so very small. Something along the lines of
Seat 1's all in.
300, but instead he's going to go ahead and just get it in. Like I was saying, there's just no bluffs here.
Yeah.
There's just
720.
there is no bluffs. I mean, Gary's a pretty crazy player, but what could he really have? Looks like Miles is coming to the right conclusion. I mean, the crazy thing is, like, Miles doesn't even beat a river 2 pair.
Yeah, so any type of
Any type of king,
any
queen,
type
king,
of
jack,
king, queen, yeah,
king,
jack.
9.
Queen jack is a very,
I mean, like I said, Gary's a pretty crazy player, as we've seen tonight. Very action. There is just no bluffing here. Good fold from Miles.
and John here with just a king.
Remember, John has declared Gary B his buddy.
Yeah.
They've been exchanging haymakers all night. Let's see if
9 folds.
John is going to go ahead and lay it down. Gary's going to go ahead and scoop about 2K.
So the 10.
King 10. You didn't want to see a king under there. Put you on king 10. Maybe that's wrong.
Pocket aces.
Pocket aces for Miles.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Gary, like I said, the fact that there's just no bluffing there, I think Gary probably should go a little smaller. Something like 300 maybe.
John B says, agree with our commentators. If Gary B goes on a heater, he'll have every chip at the table. I'd call him with 2 used Kleenexes.
That's right. That's what makes him so tough to play against, man. That's why you see Miles, thinking for as long as he was there. I think against most other players, it would almost be a snap fold, given that run out. But against Gary, when you see a guy shooting it up with 9-3 offsuit,
3 folds, 4 folds.
it's tough to fold anything against him.
5 raises to
Buddha
50.
picks up a very playable hand here.
6 folds, 7 folds. 8 folds.
I'm gonna call that bluff.
9 calls.
No speculation, sir.
Oh, okay. That was more
The other guys might think I have something.
Gary B, I assume will get in there in some form. Looks like via a raise,
50.
perhaps.
we're talking in a raise.
1 raises to 125. Seat 2 folds. Seat 5 calls.
You started, John?
Seat 9 calls.
Buddha's going to go ahead and call, as will
Yeah. I was just gonna call him for a second.
John W.
3 players.
Check.
John W. Spikes bottom 2.
Seat 1 bets 85.
It's just
5 calls.
otherworldly sometimes, it seems.
9 calls.
It's gonna get interesting. So you bet me.
Check.
9 checks.
Deuce on the turn, brings in backdoor clubs.
1 checks.
250.
Seat 5 bets 250.
And wow, Buddha. Gonna bet when check 2 here. No pair, no draw.
Seat 9 raises to 1200.
Whoa. That is a monster raise. Not necessarily the biggest fan of this raise. I don't think it would.
Fuck, John.
Yeah. I don't mind a raise.
Really?
The size is absurd. That's big.
I can't call.
That is a big raise.
And just like that,
John W. Taking down yet another. Moving up. He's almost at $8,000. This is a 2-5 game.
yeah, John, I do think that Zach could possibly have the talent that you guys are speaking of. He really hasn't caught very many hands tonight. And then the hands that he has, he's either been out of position or he's folded them pre. This table is not exactly. This table isn't exactly the table to be card dead on, that's for sure. But I mean, Gary B just cracked aces with 10-6 offsuit, so I guess you have to learn how to mix it up a little bit.
A hero walks among us.
Right. I did say. I mean, we showed the VPIP earlier that he was at about 12%, and I don't think it's gone higher.
Well, I was talking about Gary B.
Oh yeah. Devin is asking what the min buy for this game is. I believe it is 500.
500.
500 to 15, and then you can match the stack
6 calls.
after the game gets going.
8 calls.
Zach with the limp here with 7s. I don't know if that's talent or not to limp in the cutoff with 7s. But then again, Gary B is in the blind, so there should be a raise coming. And there it is.
200. 2 folds.
What would be interesting to see from Zach,
3 folds.
because he has played a lot of limping, is to play an all limping strategy. When you have somebody like Gary B behind you, who's super aggressive,
6 folds.
if you limped everything that you wanted to V-pip or put chips into the pot with, you could definitely take an all limping approach.
I mean, John, I don't know. In this situation, Gary B's played a lot of hands, and you're talking about him having talent. I hope he does have that talent, but he just folded a pair pre-flop for 100 after limping with the hand. So I don't know if that's, I mean, not including what the flop is here, ace, ace, 10, it does make him look very smart to do so, but just seems like he's playing overly tight. Maybe the live stream's got him out of his element, or he isn't comfortable at the game quite yet, but it does seem like something's going on.
Gary V clicks it back against Miles. Not going to see him fold for that price.
Draw on dead, man. Just trying to get some money on it.
Jack on the turn for Gary B here, but the only problem is that gives Miles the straight.
One bets 100.
Let's see how Miles wants to proceed here.
C4 call.
I don't think the spade's going to ruin too much of Miles' action here, but Gary with Jack 10.
Gary V's got basically the worst
Yeah.
hand he could have here.
My draw on dead.
C4 calls.
Ten's done.
Show the straight.
Straight.
I thought you both had a 10. I got lucky.
Miles going to show down a winner. Miles has really turned it around since the beginning of the stream. You know, in that first half when we walked out for our break, Miles was expressing a lot of emotion over the fact that he just hadn't gotten a lot of cards, hadn't won any pots, was down around the 1,000 mark after a $1,500 initial buy. Now look at him. Miles just putting into practice again that tight aggressive strategy in a format like this works really, really well. Which again, to Zach's defense, just hasn't picked up a lot of cards, and when he has, he's just been having to make a lot of
It seems like Zach is picking up a lot of hands in late position, which normally would be a good thing. The problem is that whatever he ends up doing, you have Gary in the blinds.
7 calls.
And
Yeah,
Gary and John, and they're in the blinds together. So,
which is exactly why, to your point, I made that comment about you kind of have to make an all-out strategic adjustment when you're playing on Gary's right, and Gary has a deep stack, where you have to recognize that you're going to get squeezed a lot when you are doing a lot of limping and calling. So the way to counter that is to play tighter and to play almost an entirely limping strategy with the intention of shooting it up in response to that aggression,
7 calls.
or what some people would call back raising. That's one way you could counter it.
Garrett with the 7s here. King, queen for the yak show. Yak, what, something show. 10 on the turn. That's going to give him,
2 checks.
it's going to give him the straight. They're both, Garrett and Gary looking for that card in particular to split this all up.
2 checks.
Man, you got
What a bad run out
you
here
gotta
for
feel
Yake
for
Show, man.
Yake Show, man.
Jesus,
This guy, he's just gotten abused by the deck today. I mean, he's had the best of it. He's had the best of it and had it cracked. He's shown a lot of heart and aggression in a couple of bluffs that have been picked off. I mean, just, unfortunately, nothing going his way.
John B., don't worry, buddy. We got a couple of guys that come in here that can't stay awake either.
7 folds.
Our buddy Zell will be asleep at the table, just wake up and say 100, and just throw 100 out there, blind, not looking at his cards, just randomly wake up.
Players are just going to chop this one up here.
Yep.
approaching the end of the stream here. Just want to thank everybody again checking us out on YouTube, Facebook.
Good luck, everybody. How do you see yourself?
Man, this game has definitely had its ups and its downs, but its ups have been way up.
Yep.
No, we didn't do one this one.
I've seen some massive pots and some really big stacks again for a 2-5 game.
Dickie Rexer says, shout out to Tim, best dealer I've ever met, one of the most down-to-earth guys I've met.
It's awesome.
Well, I appreciate that. I hope he's talking about me.
That's right.
I hope he's talking about me.
Different.
But much appreciated if that is about me. If not, that other Tim guy seems really cool too. But
here we go, Eddie, getting us ready to go.
But as I keep telling, oh well, Lisa says nice job tonight, guys. Always a pleasure listening. We appreciate that, Lisa.
Thank you.
Dickie says, yes, you sir. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm not much of a dealer anymore. I'm the live stream guy now. I've transferred, but
the voice of the reserve.
The voice of the reserve. I've been trying to get back to dealing a little bit more.
Jeez, John, just putting all your chips in the man's box there. Poor kid.
Double board, pot limit Omaha. Bomb pot here.
Gotta love when you look at the first two cards and you're like, it don't matter what I have.
3 folds. 4 checks. 5 checks. 6
Oh,
checks.
Canine. Whipping out the Chrome Dome here.
Oh, whoa. Whoa, is that shiny. I think I have found my calling, Lisa. Who'd have thought that the only thing I'd be good at is talking? Just everybody that's ever met me, pretty much. But so, by the way, we do have a couple of big hands here. Miles has flopped a gut shot, a double gutter actually, and also the second diamond draw and a gutter on the top board. So Miles got a lot of equity in this hand. Zach has flopped top 2 on the top board and also has the queen gutter on the bottom. And John has flopped the nuts and a diamond draw. A little bit of everything going on here. Gary B also getting in the mix here with ace deuce. So lot going on in this hand. Potential for a lot of money going in here.
5 folds.
6 folds.
And 6 folds.
It was only $10, no 6,000.
Give me a nickel.
I win.
And John B saying, great job, reserve. See you soon. Yeah, come on down, man, please. And when you get here, let us know it's you. Please. All right, looking for the Jack 10 here. If anybody's actually got it in their hand, they do not. But the 3 of diamonds doesn't help on the bottom board, and the queen doesn't help on the top.
That's 450.
You're going to go ahead and
Garrett with the nuts still on the bottom board.
he's going to be getting free rolled by John W. here.
Yeah, with that diamond draw on top.
1 fold.
Actually, he's not even getting free rolled. Currently, he's being quartered, right? Yeah, it's not even getting free rolled. He's currently getting quartered. The 3 no help. And the king of diamonds is going to bring diamonds in for John to scoop this.
7 checks.
3/4.
Or excuse me, 3/4 it. 3/4. Yep.
Straight on the top, diamonds on the bottom.
Straight on the top, diamonds on the bottom. Wow. So the king of diamonds actually didn't play any factor in that.
And Zach lamenting the fact that on the ace-king board he had ace-king.
Yeah.
I was even ahead. I guess I was ahead 2 pair.
Eddie's going to go ahead and get the pot separated.
John B, don't you worry about that, sir. Here at the reserve, we have armed security. No one and armed security, and most of the time, someone's not only the security out there, but one of the dealers or one of the staff members walks everybody out also with the security. So completely try to make sure everybody's taken care of here.
That's right.
Even wheelchair Dan.
And if you need, Tim and I can serve as security.
Yeah, for a fee. You know,
Pretty beefed up here in the back.
Yeah, all 114 pounds of you, Max.
What? Oh, man. I didn't know I put on 14 pounds.
Oh. Did you see the tweet by Robin Lopez yesterday?
No.
Are you a Cavs fan? You watch the Cavs at all?
A little bit. Just
You saw that Donovan Mitchell put up 71,
I did see that.
and Robin Lopez tweeted, "Just a historic night tonight. Robin Lopez and Donovan Mitchell go off for 72 because he had 1 point." I'm like, yes,
That's awesome.
That's something I would say. Ride the coattails of someone like that.
That's awesome. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I'm buying beers after we do.
I just figured out the year and a half was between 9 and it was hot.
Devin says you guys have a great environment there. Definitely coming back. Yeah, we really do appreciate
Absolutely.
that. We're actually working on just trying to do a couple of specialty tournaments. We've actually I mentioned earlier in the stream that we'll be having a ladies only event coming up. Something that had been talked about previously, and I don't know if it still is, and maybe I'll get in trouble for saying something, but as a deaf tournament. I don't know if
wow.
we've actually met with somebody about doing one of those, and
Ah,
just kind of just broadening our horizons here and trying to accommodate as everybody that we possibly can. So
absolutely.
that's really what we're trying to do here.
3 folds.
And even in our highest stress environments, I still think we pull it off pretty well.
That's right.
May not look like it behind the scenes when we're back here yelling and we're trying to figure out what we're doing, but out there on the floor, we make it work.
That's one. 6 folds.
K9 gonna fold
9
to
folds.
Yake's 3-bet here, which I like with ace 10 suited. It's definitely a good candidate to do so with. He's on the button.
Ace in the window.
Oh,
God, just
ace queen. K9 gonna be kicking himself once he sees that Gary and Yake are also sharing aces. I think
2 bets,
K9's
35.
what did K9 fold?
ace queen offsuit.
Okay.
I think it's perfectly reasonable given that he would have been out of position for the hand.
He's also getting a massage, so that plays a factor.
He's also getting
Austin is pretty amazing.
I don't see Gary letting go of his ace. We didn't call the 3-bet pre-flop to fold when we spike an ace. Gary is going to need a 4
1 check.
to win, a 6 or a 3 to chop.
All in.
2 is all in.
Got an all in here by the Yake show.
I don't see Gary folding. I don't see Gary folding for a multitude of reasons here. 1, he's short stacked. 2, he's just kind of been on the losing end of these big ones all night. It's going to seem like a situation where you're just kind of ready to get it in and over with here. It's also tough to assume Yake has something like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, because Gary has an ace. And there it goes.
1 cause.
I folded the winner. That was a good pre-flop, right? That was not top 2.
And as we get closer to the end of the stream here, I feel like we only got a couple of hands left here. I'm not too sure how much longer we're going.
I'm either putting you
I'm
on
sure our
referee or-
producer will let us know here.
Thank you.
That's a coin.
Right,
Buttons on 3.
right, right.
Probably too many players.
Gary reaching in the bag for an add-on. As we mentioned,
How much do you get?
just because the stream goes off doesn't mean that the players are done playing by any stretch. These games have run as late as 10 a.m. the next morning.
That is true. That is very true.
Can I get 600?
Devin, to answer your question, so that is what we advertise. Yes, we do close at 2 a.m. That is our hours of operation, technically speaking. However, if we have players here and they want to continue to play, then we will absolutely stay open for them. Keep in mind that this is a business, so obviously there are operating costs that go along with being open. Lights, cable, all the other stuff that you want to throw out there. So if we're playing 2, 3, 4-handed, obviously it's not beneficial for us to stay open. But in a situation where we have a full table and players want to keep playing, absolutely we'll stay open. It goes based, like I said, based off of business need. On nights that we don't have our big cash games, our tournaments normally end between 1 and 2 a.m. And at that point, if there's no cash game going, we will close the doors and head on out. But, yeah, so if you happen to have, like, say, for instance, you got a group of guys together and wanted to play till 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, us dealers and staff are more than happy to try to be as accommodating as possible. So keep that in mind, please.
It was a queen high board. Buddha did fold. Seeing a couple spades there as well for John W.
Max, before the next game, I'm bringing some oil for that door.
I was just thinking the same thing.
I'm bringing some oil for that door. Jesus. Getting sick of hearing it squeak all day long. And Shauna is back watching with us. Hi, Shauna. Hope you're having a good night. I asked you earlier if you were still playing cards tonight. I know that Tuesday nights is a game that you're familiar with up there in Michigan. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I didn't know, Shauna, if you were up there playing at Tenley's or not. And if you are, hope you're having a great time. It's one of my favorite games to go to. Yeah, we do. We definitely miss Tenley and Sue here at the reserve. They came here a couple. I think they've been here a couple of times. But yeah, good. I love going up there. It's a good game up there, Max. Very small buy-in.
What is it?
It's just a little 1-2 game. Small buy-in game.
There you go.
Very friendly. Everybody, it's a great time. You never hear anybody complaining about bad beats or running bad or anything. Everybody just sits around and has a good time. The food is phenomenal. I don't care if I go up there and lose $100. I'm fine with it because I got to eat.
That's awesome.
It's really fun. So. So I'm assuming we're getting down here to the last few hands of the stream. That's me. That's what they were talking. All right. So I am hearing that this is the last hand of the stream. So talking about the cash game, how often the game runs, number of tables, etc. John, I can try to get that up there for you. If that I don't know if our producer has it up and ready for you on the VPIPs and the approximate results. You want to talk about the cash game environment a little bit more? No problem. This game runs every Tuesday. We have a Thursday game that's 5-5-10 PLO, and then we run cash at 5-10 game on a 5-10 game on Saturday. That's all streamed. But we also run a 1-2 game that opens up right when we that starts right when we open up at 5 o'clock on Fridays, and that's a really good game. And on Mondays, we also run a 1-2 round-by-round game that tends to turn into PLO, but it starts out at round-by-round, and that game starts between 4:30 and 5 o'clock on Mondays. So we run cash here pretty frequently. Our cash games tend to be a little bit on the bigger side due to the fact that there is no that dreaded R word. There is no rake. You know, so we don't take anything off the table. I know that if you're familiar playing in Michigan charity rooms, that's where I got my start as a dealer. So I'm pretty familiar with the Millionaire Club and everything else like that you have to go through to have a room. We don't have any limits on how many chips we can sell. Obviously, you see that we're running a fairly big game here, and this is actually our smallest streamed game. We had about 70,000 on the table for our 5-5-10 PLO last week. But yeah, so I know that there's ways around it. You can sell chips player to player. Would hope that the state isn't in there to get to lock you down or anything. But yeah, so that's how we are able to keep things going here. The cash game environment, it's as you see that those yellow time chips are on the table. It's $5 every half hour to play cash here, and that is just what your seat fee is. Our tournaments, we run them very similar to what a casino would, except less off the top of it, because we don't have to have all the overhead fees that a casino does. It's absolutely amazing to come here and see how we run things. The owners that we have here, between Jim, Marissa, Steve, and Lisa, are extremely player friendly and only want what's best for their players, because all 4 of them are poker players. So keep that in mind. And but on that note, thank you so much. We'd like to say thank you for watching tonight. And that is our 2-5 stream. Yeah, that's our 2-5 no limit stream that we just had going on right there. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the Super Bowl tournament that we have coming up. That's going to be there. It is right there. Limited to 100 players. $260 entry. That tournament's going to start at 5 o'clock. I'm not sure what time kickoff is for the game. Okay, so first break of the tournament will be our dinner break, and that will be right about kickoff. Your entry into your $260 entry is into the 10K guaranteed tournament. It also gets you into the $500 high hand, and it gets you a $100 square. So you're going to get $1,500 per quarter, and also any square that's touching that is going to get $250. Food and drinks are provided, non-alcoholic. That's just one of the rules that we have here, and that's where we're located at 5105 Glendale Avenue, Toledo, Ohio. If you would like to call to find out when we're available to register you, please go ahead and give that number, 419-279-8830. You do have to register in person. So come on in. We will try to accommodate best we can on like if you're coming from like out, way out of state and whatnot. But we do recommend that you please come in and do that in person, though. That way we can give you a ticket. There's no discrepancies or anything there. And we will absolutely sell out for this tournament. We will sell out quickly. We've already sold 12 seats. And the Super Bowl is over a month away. So please, if you're interested, come on in here and get your seat as soon as possible. But on that note, I want to say thank you for watching, and I'm going to sign off along with Max.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I will be back here on the stream. I think you are too on Thursday. So yeah, Thursday, PLO. I will be here, and so will Max. So at that point, thank you guys for everything, and have a good night.
Thanks, everyone.